Women's Open quarterfinals, heat number one, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go down and lower the volume. Right? Please go down and lower the volume.
Vibes?
Right, your opening right is a 1. Yellow, your opening right is a 2. Second call going out to the Women Open quarterfinalists, heat number 2. We were in yellow, RP two in blue. So first request you to please check in. Reservoir Marshall.
थोड़ा uncomfortable like that. Better. Okay.
welcome back to day 2 of competition at Covelong Classic 2026 edition. This is the fun stuff on the National Series of 2026. That was also on Friday, so we are into quarterfinals. We're winning. Here's us with the India, Isha Mavia, Udupi, riding on her ride as well. We are halfway through the first heat. Started right on the dot at 6:30.
Opening line is a 5.
So needs to get the lines to you right away. In the water, Kamuyumoki in red, Shitamaria in yellow, and Sandhya are in white. Surfers in white and yellow
Last
started
yellow
off
is a 1.7. Situation at the moment, import is white with 1.5 and 1.
5.0.
In second is yellow with 2 and
Here's the surfer in
1.7.
white on a nice open looking face. Putting the board on the rail. Now looking for a second section. Going up into the lip, but not quite able to come back down. Maneuver. That'll be an improved score for our surfer in white. Managed to put the board on the rail a bit. There's the mover. And wait for an attempt in the lip line for another. She was looking for
Situation update.
a second maneuver on that one, so she kept some speed down the line, coming down from that maneuver with the nose pointing a little bit towards the next section.
2.9 and 1.5. With 5 and 4.83.
Ankita!
Yellow 2.41 to progress.
Smaller
White
radius.
needs 6.
Great to see the women in the water. Decided not to run yesterday as there was challenging conditions. Not to say that conditions are not challenging today, as but we do have a little bit more opportunity on offer as compared to yesterday. We have a look. Forecast says that there should be around double the amount of energy. Still very low. In the general scheme of things.
Black. Gentlemen, paddling out. Can you please go out? Thank you.
As I think there's like 30 kilojoules of energy max. So it is challenging conditions here for all the surfers in the water, but very important to be able to generate scores even in challenging conditions. To be able to snap together heats because you never know what is going to happen.
Check audio. Check. Yeah. It's coming from there, I think. With the crow and all that. We can just leave out the camera and all that and just this, no?
Yeah. The audio.
That is connected to this or what? Oh. And it sends the audio to that. All right, welcome back to the Covelong Classic 2026 edition, organized by SFI and TNSA. We are into the closing minutes of quarterfinal Heat 1 for the women's. A little bit of technical difficulties on the live for the audio and video, live feed, etc., etc. But we are here with you now, scraping together a solution. In the lead, we have Kamali Murthy with a 5 and a 4.83. In second, Sandhya Arun with a 2.90, managing to put her board on rail. And a 1.5 in third, Ishta Malvia with a 2 and a 1.70. Only needing a 2.41 to take second and progress to the next round.
Thank you very much, Chris, for going away from the pilot's beach. And additionally to these notes, that is where we would like you to be, each is in progress. Thank you very much, Lou. 35 seconds to go.
Okay.
Seconds to go. Seconds to go.
Priority is with red in these last few seconds. Will there be an opportunity for yellow? Looks like something's coming our way, but it might be too late. That's it for quarterfinal Heat 1 of the Women's Open. Kamali and Sandhya going through to the semis. Here's that opportunity for a surfer in red, popping up
in 5, 4, 3,
and making her way to the beach.
1.
In the water right now, quarterfinal Heat 2 with Riva Aurora in red, Devi Ramanathan in white, Adya Singh in yellow, and Arti Sood in blue. Surfing Association, sponsored by and then I'll come back here and I'll ask you if it's good. Yeah.
I mean, now consider someone who's here today.
Second call going in for the surfers and the open men's round 1 heat 2. Som Sethi in red, Naveen Kumar in white, Nihal Sarian in yellow, and Sandhu Karthik in blue. Please check in with the beach marshals and collect your rash cards.
Yeah? The thing is, I need to be sitting somewhere there to see priority. If I can't see priority, then it's all right. Welcome back to Covelong Classic 2026 edition, organized by the Surfing Federation of India, Tamil Nadu Surfing Association. Here's a surfer in white in this heat, up and riding, putting the rail to work, getting a maneuver in. It is the conditions are scrappy, so surfers will be using any opportunity to try and generate scores. We're into round 1, heat 1 of the men's open. Surfers in the water is Sivraj Babu in red, Manikandan M in white, Jivan S in yellow, Sarat Kumar in blue. Red opened up with a 4.64, taking the lead at the start. White on that previous wave, getting a 3, has a backup of a 2.83, so slowly building their scores. Priority sits with blue, then red, then yellow. Blue has a shot now.
Second call going out.
This one looks like it's a little bit soft, but he's trying to get into that second section and get onto the open face, just unable to get there. Still has an opportunity here. He does hit that oncoming section a little bit and get into a couple of maneuvers here on the closing portion of the ride. Getting a little maneuver in on the reform on the inside, so that will be a score.
Naveen Kumar in white, Nihal Sarian in yellow, and Sandhu Karthik in blue. Kindly check in with the beach marshal. Situation update. 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the heat. In fourth is yellow with a single air score of 1.13.
Just trying to set up the live to make sure everything is working. I was on live commentary for two heats, the last two heats, but everything was missed. So just making sure that everything is working on the technical side of things. To get you the best quality. As we go back into our heat, 10 minutes to go, we entered the second half of the heat. White still in the lead. Red did get an opportunity, but didn't manage to generate a score. And the last one from blue was a 2-5-3. So the reform, the maneuvers he did on the reform on the inside. That's why really sticking to your waves all the way to the dire end is critical, especially in competitive surfing, because you never know if that wave might give you an opportunity towards the end of the wave, right? It might reform. So even if it's broken into a foam ride and there's nothing left for you to do, it might reform and give you an opportunity on the inside, which it did for a surfer in blue, giving him a 2-5-3. Surfer in yellow looking for a backup.
Thank you for your situation at the moment. We have
9 minutes
yellow
to go.
and sir. Yellow, you need 4.02 to
Priority
go
is sitting with
in
red,
red
then
is
yellow, then blue, then white.
2.6
So red has a shot to get a backup score right now.
is red.
We'll hope to see one of those big set waves that we saw at the start of the heat, just before the start of the heat. He is sitting on that first takeoff zone. Looks like white is sitting on that second takeoff zone, and there is a bit of a bump coming. He is directing himself towards that second peak as he sees an opportunity. So this is really the positioning portion of your takeoff, really vital to position yourself in the best spot. White is in a good spot, and he's up on this wave. Looks like a nice section, just not enough energy in the wave to really get ahead onto the open face and generating a score, but good try from our surfer in white. Now we see surfer in yellow with a maneuver. Opportunity for red also out the back. Nice defined peak. Looks like he will have a wall also down the line. Just has a bit of a soft section to start with, but it looks like he's able to generate speed throughout it. Hits that oncoming section nice, but a little bit too much risk in that maneuver, and he goes down. So it's vital to put a lid on the level of risk that you take at the start of your heat, especially when you don't have backups yet, because if you take too much risk, what'll happen is you will fall, and that score will not convert. Well, that opportunity will not convert into a score.
Is a 2.5, taking you to the lead. Situation at the moment in first is yellow, in third is blue, in second is white, and in the lead.
So still a 2.5, as it was an attempt at a major critical maneuver. If he would have landed that, that would probably be the quality of the maneuver pretty excellent. The quality of the section, the quality of the wave not as critical. So not sure where the judges would go exactly with that, but it might have gone into the goods even. At least the averages. But nonetheless, red in the lead. He is sitting relatively comfortable, confident in his level of surfing. This is just round one. He is the winner of the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, the previous competition. So just sitting with a lot of confidence. But it's important not to be overconfident, as you never know what's going to happen in competition, especially in these kind of scrappy conditions. There are very few opportunities to score. It is important to make the most out of every single opportunity. This little mistake from red does leave a door open for a surfer in yellow. He only needs a 4.18 to take the lead. Red has a look on this inside one. Looks like there's a wall forming. He throws the tail out, but again goes down. As we see another peak forming out the back, looks like a clean wave. Yellow is having a look out the back but doesn't go. White takes the opportunity. Here's that open window for white. Carves the first maneuver in a bit of a flat section, however. So unable to continue that for a second maneuver. It is a maneuver nonetheless. He got a 3 previously for another maneuver. This one might be a little over that, but not sure it'll go up into the 4s. We'll have a look. Looks like another peak. This one, the peak drifting down the point a little bit, and red looks like he might take a shot on it.
5 minutes to go.
He does. Chucks a maneuver in there, and he's out of there. That'll be his backup.
White is 2.93. Is still in the second position.
So yeah, last of white, not quite enough. That section just a little bit flat, not enough power really. If he went straight into a maneuver, perhaps that would have given him a more critical section to hit, maybe be able to do a bit more of a difficult maneuver. Just gonna go on a short break to check that all the audio stuff is going well, and I'll be right back with you.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, that was it for round 1, heat 1 for the men's open. Now into round 1, heat 2 for the men's open. Sivraj Babu took the win with a 4-6-7 and a 3, so he did get through with the low scores, but a little bit risky there from our surfer in red. Let go of that one opportunity by pushing a little bit too much, overcooking that one. A mistake like that in round 2, in quarters and semis, could really cost the heat. Manikan and M doing a good job of backing that 3 up with a 2.93 and getting through to round 2. Som Sethi starting quick off the bat. Som is the winner of the juniors 18 and under, also serves in the men's open for the extra challenge. He starts with a 2.17. Navin Kumar R, local boy from Mahabs. Just 20 to 40 minutes down the coast. Nihal Salyan in yellow, I believe and Sanku Kartik in blue. Nihal Salyan, I believe, from the west coast. Right, here's our surfer in white up and riding. Yellow takes the opportunity on that second peak. Beautiful looking face on that second peak. Just speed gen for now. Let's see if he can put it on rail. He does. Lays back, lost a bit of a control, but he comes out safely on his 2 feet. So we're seeing some beautiful opportunities there on that second peak. And our surfer in yellow really made the most of that one. We'll see where the judges go with that. Som now up and riding on an insider. A little bit soft. It might stand up when it hits the second bank, but he's out of there before it hits that second bank. So the conditions are challenging. This is the Covelong Classic 2026 edition, organized by SFI and Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, sponsored by the Sports Authority of India, TT Group, Surf Turf, and Aravasu Foundation. Conditions are challenging here as we are on neap tides. The moon is going towards no moon, so I think we're in a half moon, and that these periods are usually not really blessed with swells. Full moon periods often have a bit more swells. I couldn't explain you the exact mechanics behind that, but it's a phenomenon that I've been observing since some time, that I've heard other surfers also talk about. Last full moon, some great swell down in Mahabs, probably here as well. Barrels all over, really cool. But right now we are on that middle period where it looks like the conditions are really scrappy. But this is the kind of challenges that competitive surfers really need to push their competitive surfing game. Competition is all about generating scores on whatever conditions they're on and whatever the ocean can provide. So the last of yellow coming in at a 2.67. It is the highest scoring ride of the day so far. And that was on the second section. Conditions right now, I'm just going to break down the spot a little bit. We have the rocks up on the right side of the screen. There's 2 sets of rocks with a pinhole in the middle for the surfers to paddle out from. And the primary takeoff zone is just left of the second set of rocks. And there's a sandbank out there, which is gathered sand around the rocks. Pretty much the current comes up the coast from the south and gathers some sand right after these rocks, creating that takeoff zone. Then there's a second and a third set of rocks all the way down at the end of the wave. And between those 2 rocks, there's a big ditch. So especially closer to the first set of rocks, there's a big ditch in the sandbank, which means that the water goes deeper and the waves need shallower water to break. That is the mechanism of breaking. They go from deep water in the ocean, they come to shallow water, they hit the bottom of the ocean, and that sends the energy of the wave further up and makes it break. Here's an opportunity. Red looks to go. Looks like a nice wall. He goes for a first hit and now looking to get a second one. And does he ride out with control? We need to see his nose. Ideally, for a completion, a surfer rides out of the foam with his nose clearly showing for a few meters. So I'm not sure the judges will give him the completion on that. I don't think they gave it to him as it's a 3.57. 3.57 for the first maneuver on that wave. So it improves the situation, but not by a mile. The requirement for our surfer in yellow, just a 3.08. White now driving down the line, Naveen Kumar getting up into the lip, and he lands that maneuver. That was a more critical looking maneuver. I'd say the best one we've seen all heat. So, and that'll pretty much be his heat opener. He only has a 0.5, a throwaway score. So we'll be seeing where he goes with that. Goes at a 4.5. As we have our surfer in yellow up and riding on that second peak again, really making the most of that section of the wave as he hits that oncoming section and rides out with control. Probably improve his situation. That was probably a better ride than the 2.67. So might go to a 3 perhaps. But just a little bit of lack of criticality in those maneuvers, a bit of downtime in terms of a lot of speed generation before he starts to do a maneuver. So there were a few more opportunities. I mean, he's getting really great waves, right? He's sitting on that second peak. No one's there with him, and he's got two really good waves onto on that second section. Open face, quite a bit of wall, and opportunity to make maneuvers, but just not quite able to get into the critical sections to do those maneuvers. Taking a lot of time with speed generation, so ideally what you want to do is really go straight up to the top of the wave with one speed flow, with one speed pump. You can generate all the speed you need. You go straight back down to the bottom. That sets you up perfectly to go straight back down to the bottom and perform a deeper bottom turn, which gets you up into the critical section of the wave. Which is much better for performing maneuvers, higher scoring maneuvers. Last of yellow, just a 1.87, so the judges didn't like it so much. Probably due to the entry angle of that maneuver, so it's vital to enter the maneuver in a more vertical position. Here we see our surfer in white driving down the line. He has an oncoming section. He hits it, but he goes down. So that won't be his backup. For now, red in the lead, white following close behind, followed by yellow. Yellow really getting some great opportunities, but really needs to start surfing with a bit more verticality, going a bit higher up on the pumps, going lower down on the bottom turns, deepening out their bottom turns, projecting their nose further up on the face of the wave. White takes the lead with that last one, just a 1.5. So because he had the 4.5, he really had a low requirement to take the lead. Red has an opportunity now, and he's sitting on priority. Nice looking wave. The peak is shifting a little bit to the north. He takes this one off, angle takeoff, drives down the line. A little bit of a question there in terms of white possibly having broken the section in front of red. So we'll see what the judges say about that, but here's our surfer in blue now, getting up above the lip for the float. Surfer in blue in the speed generation, able to generate some speed, but not quite getting high enough in his speed flow to get efficient pumps. So really, I mean, what's happening is he's using the back foot to really bring that nose up and try to direct that up the face of the wave. But surfing ideally is a front-footed sport. You want to put much more pressure on that front foot. You want to lead with the front foot. And what that does, it is engages the rail of your surfboard, which is, I mean, before surfboards had fins, all the turning had to come from the rails. So the rails are your primary device for turning, for maneuvering, for gripping the face of the wave. And just because we have fins doesn't mean that we can forget that, right? So really important to keep that pressure on the front foot, engage that rail, and use that to drive up the face of the wave. So here's our surfer in yellow again on that second section. This one just closing out a little bit, but he had two great opportunities and also went for maneuvers as well. So really good shots from our surfer in yellow, Nihal Salyan. Just needs to get a little bit deeper in his surfing, draw a little bit more vertical lines, go a little bit more top to bottom. Yeah, top to bottom is the key in surfing, because that's when you harness all the energy of the wave. The wave's energy, the gravitational potential energy, and the mechanical energy stored in your leg surfboard and the pushback of the water. You got it? Currently white in the lead. Priority also sitting with white, so he is in a strong position. He will have a chance to get a quality ride. There's 8 minutes left, so this is the moment where he really wants to get a good one. He lets red go on this, so not using priority to hold him back. Red sets a nice swoop and carve. We'll see where the judges go with that, but they'll probably like it. And red only needs a 2.44 to take the lead. But white let him go, confident that he'll find in the next 8 minutes a quality ride, that he'd be able to set his board on rail and maybe even loosen the fins up in the lip. Last of red came at a 3.83 for red, so we're having a bit of seesaw on first and second position between red and white, as they take the lead back from each other. White now needs a 2.9. We know he can get it. He already has a 4.5. He's sitting with priority. He's just waiting for one of those bigger waves. Now when it comes to our surfer in yellow, he has taken the strategy of sitting on that second peak, and that has worked really well for him. He's got multiple waves. He's just got to work on getting a bit deeper in his bottom turns to get up into the face of the wave, with the nose of the board pointing a bit higher up into the wave so that he can perform a more radical maneuver, get more scores for it. Then when it comes to our surfer in blue, he needs a 4.53 to take second position. It is a big score. Ideally, he'd have to break it up into maybe two twos. But the thing is, our surfer in white is probably gonna get a good backup. So he is looking for two good scores, and he's definitely able to get it. He's just sitting a little bit deep, taking off behind that section, as you can see, and unable to get onto a good portion of the wave. So with 6 minutes to do, what would I do in his position under priority? There's our surfer in yellow with another opportunity on that second peak. So really cool that he identified that second peak, and he's been going for a lot of maneuvers on it. This time managing to point the board a little more vertical up on the start of that wave. Still not getting so much height in his turn, but nonetheless turning the board around, bringing it back to the shore, riding out with control. So we'll see what the judges say about that. Yeah, what I would do if I were surfer in blue, in third priority right now, Priority over yellow. I would probably like. Ideally, what you want to do is you really want to have your eyes out and see where each of the you want to identify where are all your opportunities, right, when it comes to strategic surfing, because in different parts of the heat, in different situations in the heat, you're gonna need to use those different strategic opportunities. So as blue, I would have tried to really keep my eyes out and identify if there's another spot that I can catch waves under priority, and there is. Surfer yellow in yellow is on it. It's that second peak, and there have been some really good opportunities there. So I would probably go and sit on that one under priority. Try to build my scores up a little bit over there. Honestly, that would be my last 4 minutes. I would just sit on that thing by myself with yellow, probably, and just get some good opportunities there to try and get an edge on red or white. White having that good opportunity coming through right now. That's the one he's been waiting for. He's using priority on it. Let's go off the first section, go straight into the second. It's a similar looking maneuver to his 4-5. So maybe just a little under. We'll see where the judges go with that. But he played it safe, didn't go for a maneuver on the start of that wave, as he knew that oncoming section was going to be there. And there would be a bit more of a critical lip to hit. Could have tried to set the board on rail first and maintain speed through a turn at the start, and then go for that finishing maneuver. That would have really consolidated his hold on first position, but preferred to go with the more conservative route of just relying on that final section to hit. Three minutes remaining. Priority now sits with red, so red does have a shot. We'll see where we're still waiting on that score from white.
Situation at the moment in.
And
Please stand by.
looks like the scores are filtering through slowly. 2 minutes 20 seconds to go. Not sure if there'll be much opportunities on the horizon. With the glare coming in, you can kind of see the waves going out pretty far. You can know whether there's opportunities or not. You really see lines going across the ocean as those waves approach. Here's a little double up. So the first wave on that one will have quite a bit of power. Blue lets it go. Red has a look. Red is driving down the line. There is a bit of a wall, a bit of a sea. He hits that first one, but that's going to be it.
4.53 to progress. Insert is yellow.
All right, just going on a quick break to readjust the setup here
At the moment, insert is blue. Blue, you need 5.
for the live commentary
to progress.
booth.
Insert is yellow.
We'll be right back with you.
4.73 to progress. In second is red. Red, you need 4.5. Red, you need 4.5 to take the lead.
All right, we have 1 minute to go. The last of surfer in white came in at a 3.83. So that did bump him up into first position.
30 seconds to go.
Red did have a wave, but we're not sure on the quality of that ride. I think it comes as a throwaway. So it looks like white's in first, red's in second. Nihal Salyan in third did get a better score on that wave as he pointed the board a little further up into the lip getting a 2, but that wasn't enough. He still needs a 4.73 to progress. Sanko Karthik in blue.
10 seconds.
Quite a big requirement still, a 5.93.
And counting down your heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is it, my friends, for round 1, heat 2 for the men's open. We are here at the Covelong Classic 2026 edition. This is the second day of competition. We're into round 1 for the men's as we went with juniors yesterday, women this morning, and now finally into the men's. Surfer in white, already up and riding.
Red and white
That
of
looks
the last heat, make
like-
it to the next round.
That was just a replay. So it looked like our surfer in white just before the end of that heat one-upped himself. It got a 4.17 to really consolidate that first position. Here's a replay from that ride. Nice rail turn to start. And that was it. Just a rail turn, but a lot of power in that maneuver, and the judges liked it more than the lip line finish. So he identified that and then decided, okay, instead of going for that lip line finish again, I'm gonna just hit a nice powerful carve. He is a good rail to rail surfer. Been seeing some better results from our surfer in white in the previous heat, Naveen Kumar R. He is a free spirit, a free surfer spirit. Had a bit of trouble sometimes in competition, but now really able to let go of the nerves and surf a little bit more naturally in competition, and that's doing him really good because he's able to generate some better scores in the water right now. Another two boys from Mahabs, Akilan and Sanjay, followed by Yash Sinoja and Dinesh Selvamani. Dinesh Selvamani is the big brother, or the brother of Sanjay Selvamani, the national, one of the national coaches. Here's our surfer in red. Akilan having a look, decides not to go. Yash has a look. Yash in the lead with a 0.37. As he opened up his ride. As he
Request you to please collect your wristband from the beach marshal agent. Also, please note,
Conditions
breakfast
are challenging,
has come.
but
Request you to please have your breakfast.
surfers have done a good job. I mean, scores have been pretty low, right? Like, if we look at the men's, the highest scoring ride was a 4.67, so nothing's breached past the mid of the scale into the 5s. It's really mid-range, low range even. We are looking at very scrappy conditions. There are, however, some opportunities, especially on that second peak. Let's see if some of these surfers have identified that one. For now, everyone is sitting on that first peak. At the start of the previous heat, so it's a little bit unpredictable. At the start of the previous heat, before the start of the previous heat, a beautiful big set came through. Second wave wasn't great, but the first wave was really good. So yeah, even, you know, it's very unreliable. You can never know if that set is gonna come in your heat or not. In Mahabalipuram, it was much more consistent of a pulse. You had a set every 6 minutes, so every heat would have 3 opportunities with set waves to score on. But here in Covelong, just with the middle of that tide section, with the moon going towards no moon, not much pulse on the waves. Here we have our surfer in white, Sanjay Kumar from Covelong, going for a backhand combo. Just the first maneuver successful, but that'll definitely be a heat opener for our surfer in white. We'll see where the judges go with that one. Looks like White has now gone and sat on that second spot, so he probably has he's just paddling back to the first spot. Um, just going on a quick break to readjust my spot here in the live booth to be able to see the priority boards and give you updates on priority, as well as it's important to have an understanding of what's going on in the priority, as that really determines a lot of what you can do in your heat, in your situation. So back in a minute. In action, scores have come through for that first exchange as we approach the 10-minute mark. First of White, a 4-1-7, so the judges like that backhand hack. And White got a 1-1-3, probably an attempt at a maneuver. Yash with two 0-5, around the 0-5 mark scores. We'll be looking to build on those.
12 minutes to go.
And Dinesh Savamani just waiting out back, looking for a wave to start his heat on.
If you come a little bit more front, you can.
Sure. Yeah, now I see. All right, back into action. 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Yash backing up his 0-7 with a 0-5. Looks like there's an opportunity rolling through. Surfer in white, gone on that one. Probably got a couple of backhand hacks.
Second ball went out to Logesh. Logesh S. requested to please collect your rush card.
So White looked like he got a nice long ride. We'll see what he managed to do on that. With the score from the judges, just having a little bit of issues with the live stream, not able to have a visual on the waves. And indeed, he probably managed to do a couple of turns. Judges went up into the 6-8-3. So that is the high scoring ride for the men's open this morning. He'll be super happy with that wave and with the situation entering the second half of the heat. He has put Surfer in second position in a combination situation.
In second is yellow with 0.73 and 0.57. In the lead is white with 6.83 and 4.17. Red, you need 0.17 to progress. Yellow, you need a combined score of 11.01 to take the lead. Servers, you have 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go.
So White in the lead with a 6-8-3 and a 4-1-7. Yellow in second with a 0-7 and 0-5. And doing a good job at holding on to that second position with those scores. Priorities with blue, then red, then yellow, then white. So our surfer in blue still not opening his heat, not really finding convincing opportunities to ride. Here's a surfer in red having a shot on this one. Looks like a bit of a line. Sets up the first turn into the lip. Tries to go for a second, but just a bit late to the party. Still it'll be summing. Comes in at a 2.57. So he is in that second position. He didn't need much to get up there. This is round one. These two boys are veterans on the national series. But just White with the advantage, a little bit more experience, and also being able to scrap together some scores on smaller looking rides. Here's the replay for a surfer in white. Bottom turn, top turn, nice open face. Hack in the pocket, goes vert on the second one. So the judges really like that one. 2-turn combo, high scoring ride of the day so far. Well, of the men's category, surfer in red in quarterfinal 3 for the women's got a 7. That was probably the highest scoring ride of the day. 2 maneuvers as well. So those waves with 2 maneuver combos, really what the judges are scoring most on, because it is really tough to find. And we have red with looks like a really nice turn through the midsection of that wave. I'm not sure if he got a nice turn on the start of the wave. And he did get the finish as well, so he could be going up into the goods also. Just feeling a little bit more in rhythm towards the back end of this heat. As we approach the 5-minute mark, it is all about putting together scores with whatever opportunities you're given, and this is what red did. Solid hack on a critical section and went into a finish, which he did, but it was just a bit late. Managed only to do the maneuver at the bottom. There's the end for our surfer in blue, as our surfer in red takes the opportunity to back his score up. Rapid fire action as white also takes off to look for a backup, but he's already sitting on a 6.83 and a 4.17, so didn't really need to go on that one. Here yellow's having a look, so blue had priority, took off on that one and just got caught behind the section, not able to get onto the open face for a maneuver, but still managing to project that board nice and vertical. So nice to see from our surfer in blue. Last of red, a 5.17. Judges like that one hack in the lip, and rewarding him. Still needs a relatively hefty score to take the lead. He needs a 5.84 as his competitor in white has a 6.83. So he'll probably need 2 maneuvers if he wants to take the lead. But entering this back end of the heat, all he needs to do is really just hold on to that second position. Priorities with yellow than blue, so both yellow and blue in third and fourth do have a chance when it comes to progressing. Here's our surfer in red, that's the backup for them. Just missed the opportunity, missed the finish on that maneuver. And just a 0.93 for a surfer in blue. The body language was good. He looked like he was in attack mode, ready to really put down some big maneuvers, but not quite able to find the open face and get up into the lip. I hope he gets an opportunity in the closing 3 minutes. In these scrappy heats, it is vital to be able to convert any kind of opportunity into a score. So, you know, not being picky, very important in these scrappy conditions.
3 minutes to go.
And our surfer in blue just waiting a little too long to start his heat. Now getting, looks like a solid line out the back. We'll see who goes. Priority is with yellow than blue. Yellow's having a shot on it on the inside, but gives way to white, and I think blue's on it as well. I'm not sure. Blue goes for a backflip off the end of that wave. I'm not sure if blue managed to get a maneuver on that. Red now up and riding. Start his first hack a little bit caught up, but he's still riding on this one, not quite finding a section. But that was on the second section, so finding an opportunity on that second section. It's good that these surfers are mixing it up and being able to find opportunities not only in that primary peak, because that's not the only place to take off. Here's our surfer in yellow up and riding, finding the open face, and that one dies out on the double up. We'll see where the judges go for the last of red. It'll definitely be under his 5.17, but it might improve the situation, increasing the requirement for surfers in blue and yellow. I'm just curious to see whether our surfer in blue had a chance to do a maneuver on that wave. He got a 2.6, so probably got a little maneuver in, but it wasn't enough to really bump him out into second position. He needs a 5.15 to progress to round 2. Seeing some good body language from our surfer in blue. Really in attack mode, but just waiting a little too long at the start of the heat, a bit too picky with the waves, and therefore not getting much opportunities. There's very few opportunities to be had in these conditions, so it is vital to make the most out of everything, and our surfer in white has done that, starting the heat early with a 4.17, backing it up with a 6.83 with 2 nice maneuvers on the open face, finding really nice open face wave. So yeah, if you get one of those waves, it is vital to just create a score. And our surfer in white wasn't going too critical either. He was just doing the surfing that he does every day, that he knows he can rely on, and that's what got him the score, right? At this point, he could have started going more into progression, um, but having the 683 and the 417, he was already set in first position as this heat comes to an end. Looks like white and red will be going through, boys from Mahabalipuram.
10 seconds.
Unfortunate for our surfer in blue, as
Counting down your teams in
it looked like he could have had a good chance against these
2,
guys,
1.
but just not finding the waves. I think the number one tip I would give for today would be have a look at that second section. There are some good opportunities there. Not everyone's on them, especially in under priority situations when you're paddling back to the peak. That is a good spot to get a nice open face wave with the opportunity for one, maybe even two maneuvers, which is all you need today. You know, it's all about just getting a maneuver down, converting any wave into a score. In the water right now, we have Sanjay Savamani, the brother of our surfer in blue from the previous heat, and also a national coach. Logesh S in white, boy from Mahabalipuram. Harish P in yellow, also boy from Mahabalipuram. Usually surfs in the 14 and under, but now has taken on the big leagues, and he made it to the finals in Mahabalipuram, so I'm curious to see what he will do in this event. The waves are small, but that doesn't matter for him because with his small frame, he is also able to surf big, even on small waves. Manikandan N in blue from Covelong as well, I believe. 19 minutes to go, so just the opening minutes of this heat. Surfers are now going to be trying to find some opportunity to score, just to get the ball rolling, just to get some score under their score line on their scoreboard. That is the vital thing to do, as you have no idea what opportunities you're gonna get in these kind of heats. Yes, you might get some nice set waves like the one we saw at the beginning of the first men's heat, well, before the heat started, but you might also just get a heat with only medium-sized waves that don't really hold much. So, you know, important to start shooting early and make sure that you have some form of a score in your scoreboard before waiting a little bit longer for some better quality rides. I mean, you can still wait out back. In 20 minutes, you probably will get at least one opportunity to score, but it is a bit of a risk to wait too long, as we've seen in our previous heat from our surfer in blue, just waiting a little bit too long to start his heat. As we see our surfer in yellow with the inside position on a smaller looking wave, but it looks like there's a wall. As I said, he'll be able to generate some scores. Goes into the lip, but just unfortunately unable to bring that one home. So he won't really generate much of a score on that.
Please return your rash guards.
That was the exact type of wave I was expecting our surfer in yellow to go for, right? It's a bit smaller, still has a line, he's able to generate enough speed and get into the lip. Just maybe a little bit too much downtime before he went for his first maneuver. Surfer in blue having a look now on the backhand. Manikandan points his board up into the lip, but unable to come down on that one. Looks like red and white out the back. We'll be waiting a little bit longer for some better scoring opportunities. It's just a one for a surfer in yellow, so he'll be a little bit annoyed at that. But he goes on this one on the second peak, now up into the lip, lands this one. So he got that score that he was looking for. This is what he was looking to do at the start of his heat, probably just get one of these smaller medium ones that has a bit of a wall, a bit of a closeout that he can hit, come down on and get a reliable score.
White, your opening right is a 1. Blue, your opening right is a 1.03. Second call going out to the surfers of round 1, heat number 5.
So
Ramesh Pudiwala in
he didn't
red.
get it on the first wave, but then he sat on that second spot and got it on the second one. So good strategy also from our surfer in yellow, having a clear idea of what kind of wave he's looking for, having a clear idea that there are some opportunities on the second spot for him to go. Here's red up and riding his coach up into the first oncoming crumbly section, gets a nice maneuver in. Here's blue firing on the backhand. So some good shots fired in the first 5 minutes of this heat, as we're seeing a little bit more action here. Let's go. First of yellow, a 3-6-7. We're probably gonna see first of red going relatively good amount higher than that one, as he had a bit more speed through the maneuver, pointed the board more vertical, and really drove through the maneuver as well. As we enter the second 5 minutes of the first half of this heat, now is when our surfers are going to be looking for some backups. Red's just waiting for his score to come through. Priority is now established. Priority with white, followed by yellow, followed by red. White still looking to open their heat. Sorry. So, also good surfer. This one also from Mahabalipuram, and score comes in for the last of blue. It's a 183 for that backhand hack. It was a double up. It was a quick bottom turn. It wasn't a very deep bottom turn. This one, the last one of red, comes out at a 4.0.
And that puts you in the third position. Red, your opening ride is a 4 and you are in second. In the lead is yellow.
Here's white having a go, up and riding. Let's see if he finds anything on this. I'm not sure if he got something on the midsection of that one. It was a bit of a small wave, and those small waves do struggle on the bank, as there is that ditch right after the bank. So the small ones will break towards the back part of the bank, which is where it starts to get a little bit deeper and go into the ditch. So the last of white comes in at a 2.67. It is a starting score, but he's really gonna look to build on those, especially since his competitors in yellow and red are going into the 3.5s, the 4s.
In second is red with 4. In the lead is yellow with 3.67 and 1. White, you need 1.34 to progress. Blue, you need 2.18 to progress.
Priority now with yellow, then red, then blue. So yellow is gonna look for a backup now. Red is also looking for a backup. They are sitting on that primary takeoff zone. Doesn't look like anyone's really found that second one, but we know our surfer in yellow has identified that. So as soon as they catch one, they'll probably go sit on the second one on their way back to the peak. Here's red having a shot under priority, looking for a backup. Smart surfing to get a backup fast, gets 2 maneuvers, even a third. Not sure on the finish on that one, but definitely manufacturing a score. So Sanjay Selvamani, national coach. He's the one that advises all these youngsters when it comes to strategy in surfing. We had him on the commentary last competition, and I'll try to have him on here as well this competition to give you some insights on what he thinks. But yeah, I'm definitely like in Sanjay Savamani's head, he's definitely he probably had it really clear that he really wants to build a nice backup. So that was like the main priority for him in his head at that moment, and he managed to do that under priority. Yellow let him go. Now yellow up and riding on a similar looking wave. Good first turn. This one looks a little smaller than that of red, so might have been a little mistake in terms of priority usage for our surfer in yellow, letting the surfer in red go on that backup score, with which you'll probably get the lead, and then getting another one afterwards where the wave was a little smaller. So here's that one from red. Good job on red from identifying this one. Carves the first one, and then hacks the second a little bit more vertical before finishing it out. Here's red up and riding again. So he got a 5 on that backup. So really good achievement there, you know. He got the 4, and then he was just looking for a backup, but he one-upped himself. He built on his own score, and got the 5 as well, taking the lead and making a higher requirement for a surfer in yellow, who now needs a 5-3-3 to take the lead. And last of yellow, just a 3-3-3. So yeah, a little bit of a priority mistake from our surfer in yellow. And Sanjay Savamani, the veteran on the tour, Harish P, one of the rookies, definitely a rookie from this year, first year that he's on the men's. This was the last of red with a layback hack, generating a lot of speed before he performed that one. Looks like another few opportunities coming through. Blue is having a look. Blue just missing the takeoff. So surfer in red, high strategic accuracy.
8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Situation update.
Last of red was a 2.67. So not refactoring. He is gonna have to work a little harder to get a bigger score. He needs to get out of that backup mindset. He's got his backup. He's one-upped his backup. So now it's time to build. And building means waiting. Waiting for priority, waiting for a good wave. Or sitting on the second peak and waiting for a set over there and for one of the surfers with priority to mess up on the first peak. Here's our surfer in blue, shuffling up the board to try and get some speed, but that one just dying out on that ditch. As you can see, unbreaking. Breaking then unbreaking. Yeah, so surfer in red, really gotta wait for a nice wave to come through. Priorities with white, then yellow, then red. Then we have our surfer in yellow who really needs to build a bigger score. He's gonna need to find one of those waves that gives him opportunity for multiple maneuvers, but also has a bit more of a wall, is a bit bigger. We'll see if he can find one of those. Surfer in white has priority, found a nice takeoff zone, just a little too deep. Yellow takes off behind the section. Blue takes off. Doesn't look like a hindrance of scoring potential, so I don't think it'll be an interference. But that one looked like it went a little bit too fast off the line, but that would have cleared out most of the lineup for our surfers in white and red to now have priority. So red is going to be a little bit happy that priority is coming closer to him, so that he can, in the last 7 minutes of this heat, really find a quality ride to consolidate his position, his hold on first. Yellow ideally would build on his score. It's a little bit risky to just sit on a 3.63 and a 3.33 in that second position, because both Manikandan and Lokesh, especially Lokesh, we know can generate some big scores. So yeah, if he goes into defense mode with only a 3.63 and a 3.33 and 6 minutes to go, it's a little bit risky. Ideally, he'd get a better ride to really increase the requirements on white and blue. Currently, requirement on white is 4.33. Now, considering white's position, he has a 2.67. It's a low backup, but it is still a backup. So he could wait for a good quality score. Looks like the judges are having a look at that, looking to see if there was a hindrance of scoring potential. From my point of view, it really doesn't look like it. So we'll see if the judges call it or not.
Five minutes to go.
As we enter the back end, the closing minutes of this heat, white takes off deep, but that wave dies out on the ditch next to the rocks. It looks like yellow's taking this opportunity, looking to improve his score. 2 maneuvers. It could improve, but it'll be just by a feather. So now's the moment. He needs to start getting into defense mode by gaining priority over white, but having caught that wave, white right now is sitting in priority, has an opening. So white just needs a 4-3-3. If I was white, I would really just sit and wait for one good wave. There's not much time left, just one good wave. And it's kind of up to the ocean at this point. The only thing you can do is try and be in the right position to not miss that wave. So for example, we had that wave that came through where I think white had a look, then yellow went for it, and then blue on the outside. So here's red up and riding on a smaller insider. Not really worth it, to be honest. He's looking to improve on a 4, so would have been smarter to just wait out back with priority and play the defense game. Now he's feeling that pressure a little bit as he's paddling back a little bit faster to make it to the point. But with just 3 minutes to go, I'm not sure our surfer in yellow will get a chance to get the edge on red. However, our surfer in white does have a chance. They are sitting in priority. If something comes through the lineup right now, they could get it. But it is vital in this situation to be positioned in the perfect spot. Considering that there are opportunities both on the first peak but also on the second peak, it would be smart to sit on a spot that is accessible to both to make sure that if it comes on the second, that you can catch it. White's not convinced on this one. Lets blue go. Blue makes it onto the open face, hits that oncoming section just a little bit low on the face of the wave and incomplete on the finish. That could have been a little bit of an opportunity for a surfer in white. It is a scrappy heat, so letting go of these kind of opportunities is tough. He is a bit of a heavy-footed surfer, so I'm not very convinced by these smaller, scrappy waves. But this is a critical moment, so I think that could have been a little bit of a mistake. He did have priority and a bit of an opportunity on that previous one to get a score, but ideally, indeed, he would have a better wave. Let's see if he finds one in these last minute and a half. It's just that the conditions are so unpredictable and so inconsistent as well that hoping for a good wave in 2 minutes is a big risk, to say the least. Currently red in the lead with a 4 and a 5, did a good job starting out the heat. Went for a few waves after that were questionable in terms of the quality, because he would really need something a little bit of higher quality to get a better score than a 5. I think the 5's the best he could have scored on the kind of wave he got. Then yellow with a 3 with the 2 3s. Okay, red up and riding on this one. Looks like a nice hack to start. And up vertical for the second maneuver. He won't get the finish though, so I'm not sure the judges will like that too much. White up and riding now. Looks like a good wall. Jams the first one and hits the second but goes down. It won't be enough to take him into the lead. Blue also having a go. The opportunity for white was really that previous wave where all 3 surfers went for it. If he'd had been in the right position for it, managed to find a good couple of sections to hit, that could have been his ticket to round 2. But for now, it looks like Sanjay Selvamani and Harish P will be making it through to round 2.
3, 2, 1.
And that is it for round 1, heat 4 of the Men's Open. In Heat 5, we have Ramesh Budihal in red, Pravin Rathod in white, and Ragul Panirselvam in yellow, and Karthik Munasamy in blue.
Servers of the next heat, please stand by.
Let's see what these athletes can do with the waves on offer. A beautiful ocean, blue water, calm, great for swimming, great for having a day at the beach. Not the best time to have a competition. But that is competitive surfing. You never know when you're going to get good waves or poor waves. Just a couple of weeks back, we had some really good swell on the full moon with plenty of barrels on offer, both here and in Mahabalipuram. So the surfers will be reminiscing those good days, but right now in front of them is the ocean they have, and this one has very few opportunities to score on, so you got to make the most out of everything that comes your way. Don't let anything slip that can help you improve your scoreline. Try to start your heat as early as possible on a mediocre wave. Don't be picky, just get it started, get a score. Use multiple options like the second peak. Here we see it, our surfer in red is gonna try to generate a score on this one. He's got some speed, sets up the first turn, goes into the lip, drifts the fin, just overcooking that first maneuver. So important to keep the level of risk relatively low in the opening round minutes of the heat, because you want to make sure to convert the opportunity into a score. Otherwise, it's a missed opportunity. And in the case of our surfer in red, really good decision for going on that one nice and early, but overcooking that maneuver, pushing a little too hard. You know, it was a mediocre wave, so a mediocre wave needs to be surfed like a mediocre wave. Probably on that kind of a wave, what I would have done is it was slow enough. There was enough time and space to do a maneuver. Even at the start of the wave, I would have probably hit the first section of the wave with just a medium okay kind of turn, be it a carve, or yeah, maybe like a bit more of a speed carve that maintains the speed down the line still, and then get that speed for that second section. So one pump, go down, speed carve, and then hit that second section with reliable, risk-free surfing. That's what would have generated a score, maybe even up into the good range, up into the sixes. So that's how you can really start a heat strong. Instead, this is a 1-5, so that's going to be a little bit painful for the nerves. Because that means you need to wait a bit longer to get a reliable score. Looks like our surfer in red has sat out on that second spot, identifying and using that strategically to find an opportunity to score. So following a strategy clearly, The strategy being starting nice and early on a mediocre wave, and then sitting on the second spot, looking for a backup over there. And that second spot, you can really wait a little bit longer for like a bit of a quality wave, because there are some really nice waves that come in there, and often the surfers at the main peak either wipe out, get caught behind the section, or just like, you know, do a maneuver on the section in between, leaving an opportunity for you to go on that one. Here we have a go with our surfers in red and white. Interesting what happened there. I mean, it looked like our surfer in yellow kind of went for it, but then our surfer and yellow definitely had the inside position, but white went as well. It looked also like yellow was trying to sell yellow was trying to sell white a interference, so we'll see if the judges call that or not. They've given his first ride a 3.50 for that backhand maneuver.
Your opening ride is a 3.5. Situation at the moment. In third is blue, in second is red, in the lead is white. Yellow, you need 1 point.
Here's the replay as we see surfer in yellow with the inside position, but kind of deciding not to go. It's hard to say whether he didn't go because white was going or not.
15 minutes and 35 seconds to go.
White with the first score of the heat, 3.50. Priority is now set, yellow, then red, then blue. So really hoping for some more opportunities to come through. In situations like this where the waves aren't great, it is important to convert every single opportunity into a score. Surfer in red there, just missing that a little bit by overcooking the first wave. Very good decision to take that one. It was a great looking wave for a heat opener, right? It's mediocre, but it still has a face and an end section. I guess just a little bit used to like more high performance surfing, and he wanted to go for a bigger turn, but it's important to pull back that risk factor, especially at the start of the heat, especially in heats like this where the conditions are super scrappy. Yellow's having a shot here on the inside. Gets a section, but late to the party. Red was having a look at that second section, but didn't quite find it, so he'll be questioning his strategy a bit, probably heading up to the peak now. He does have priority anyway, so good time to head up to the peak. White will be waiting to gain priority slowly. I mean, he's in an under priority situation, so and needs a backup, so he could also wait on that second peak and get one under priority. We'll see what he does and if he can do some smart, strategic, competitive surfing.
0.5. In third is yellow with 0.73. In second is red with 1.5. In the lead is white with 3.5.
Here's white up and riding again with a backhand attack, but just loses the finish on that maneuver. So trying to get busy under priority, very good decision, but not quite able to complete that maneuver. If he did complete that maneuver though, he would have gotten a relatively good backup, probably consolidating his I mean, not saving his spot in first position, because we know red has the surfing to take first, even in just a single wave, even in just a single maneuver, but nonetheless he would have done a good deed towards his score line to really back up that 3.50. But he'll be looking to get some more under priority. There's still plenty of time on the clock, 12 minutes and 35 seconds to go. This is round one of the men's.
Fastest ride is 0.93. You're still in the lead.
Conditions are challenging, both in the water and in the live commentary booth. Sometimes a couple of little technical difficulties, but we are still managing to bring you quality. Here's our surfer in red, another mediocre wave, nice carve to start. So identifying that, going for much more risk-free surfing, really good decision. So identifying that mistake on the first wave and really correcting it, going to the rail for that first maneuver as soon as possible on the wave, not letting any downtime. Judges go to score it straight away. And give it a 6 right away, no questions asked. Good first turn carve, followed by a couple of maneuvers as well, finishing. So they're happy with that, and red takes the lead. White will be looking to build on his score. He needs a 4.01 to take the lead, but red only has one wave and he's already in the lead. So strategy for white would be more to try and consolidate his hold on second position and make sure yellow doesn't get too many opportunities to take his second position. Just because red is one of the top seeded athletes, and once you've built scores up, you know, and you have a good hold on that second position, that's when you can, you know, try to think about challenging the leader, challenging and taking your scores up a bit higher. And that's also probably when you can start taking a bit of risk. But right now, 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go. A little bit slow of a start. 2 missed opportunities for surfer in red and white. White on the backup, red on the first wave. So that means that they're still looking for a backup. Ideally, they'd try to get that done as quick as possible before looking to get solid, good scores. I mean, you could already kind of let go of that backup and just, I mean, there's 10 minutes on the heat, so you could just wait out for a good wave. Priorities with blue than white than yellow, so white has priority pretty soon, but red has still some time. So if I was red, I would really try to build a little backup on that second peak. Let's see where he's sitting. And it looks like he has identified that very well. He's sitting on that second peak, so we're seeing a difference between, you know, surfers who are going in with no strategy, just sitting on that first peak, and then surfers who think a little bit more, observe the conditions, identify different takeoff zones. Harish P in the previous heat, as well as Sanjay Savmani, and in this heat Ramesh Budiha, really going for that pattern of taking off at the peak. Once he's done with that, going to the second peak, looking for a backup over there, and then going up to the first peak once he's in a priority situation, once the people have caught some waves. So good strategic surfing there, just to sharpen up that competitive surfing. Really important to get that risk factor a bit lower on the first wave. I think he's done that though, because he's really showed on his second wave that he could go a little bit more conservative, go a little bit more on the rail, start his wave earlier to make sure there is a successful maneuver, you know, as soon as possible in the wave. You just want to score, like you want to come out of a maneuver, whether you get a second maneuver on it or not, whether you put together a nice wave, you don't even really question that. All you want is get something on the board. And then look at, okay, is there even a second section on this wave? Okay, sure, I'll go for it. You know, then it's all bonus from there. But anyways, getting a 6, I mean, ideally he would have been sitting on 2 6s, but he still has a 6. Praveen Rato doing a good job with the backhand attack to get that 3-5. He would have ideally had a backup already. Red taking an opportunity on the second section, driving down the line, going for an air reverse. He lands it quite well, just a bit of weight on the back foot, and loses his board as well. So he's swimming after it. He's going straight for the rocks. I hope there's no collision there with the rocks. It lands right on top of the rock. Dang it. That is not gonna be a happy situation for a surfer in red. I wonder what happened to his leash. I wonder if he's wearing a leash. He might not even be wearing a leash. Last red at 180. He has landed one of these in the free serve, so it is definitely one of the weapons he has on offer. As we slowly approach the 5-minute mark, that was his attempt to use some progressive surfing to spice things up and get that back up nice and quick. Air reverses won't score super high, but they... Alright, looks like we have an announcement from the ASF, from the...
Aaron Vasu is now officially President Asian Surf Federation.
And we have a massive announcement to make. The president of the Surfing Federation of India has now been elected as the president for the Asian Surfing Federation. Here's our surfer in red now, up and riding on that second section again. Drifts the fins on the first maneuver and hits that oncoming section. That's a good backup. There we go. Surfer in red, solid backup. I could even see that one going a little bit higher than the 6, but we'll see what the judges think about it. So yeah, huge announcement for the surfing scene in India. The president of the SFI is now also the president of the Asian Surfing Federation. So this is going to give us a lot of opportunities in Asia in general, and also with Asian Surfing Championships. I mean, they have done an amazing job in the past year. Like, we have a national series with 4 to 5 stops on the tour. We have an international competition in this country. You know, in terms of country, what we do in our country for a developing country, it is quite a big achievement. So, all right, and that last of red did go higher than this previous wave, a 6.60. Very exciting times here in the surfing scene of India as things open up into Asia as well.
So you have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Situation at the moment in fourth is blue with 3 points. Sorry, in fourth is blue. Blue, you need a 3.93 to progress. In third is yellow. Yellow, you require 3.7 to progress. In second is white. White, you require 9.1 to take the lead.
So that was just the situation update from the beach commentators with 4 minutes to go. Red solidly taking the lead right now with the 6 and the 6-6. And white now really looking to consolidate his hold on second position. Ragul Panirselvam has a solid backhand attack. Very easy for him to put a couple of turns together and get that second position away from white. Priority does sit with white, so he is in a strong position to defend. But the requirement isn't huge for yellow. It's just a 3-7. If he gets an opportunity, he can score. Yellow is sitting on the second peak, so a big gap between surfer in white and surfer in yellow. Surfer in white is simply waiting for an opportunity to try and increase the requirement on yellow rather than going over to block him. And there's the opportunity for yellow. He went super nice and vert on that turn, just unable to make the finish. So a little bit risky moves from our surfer in white, letting our surfer in yellow surf all by himself on that second peak. We'll see if yellow can get an opportunity under priority. Just needs a 3-7. He can get it on one maneuver. Just like if he landed that previous maneuver, he got that score. So surfer in white, currently in second position, needs to be careful. There's only 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He does have priority. He needs to use that priority. especially because there's some nice opportunities coming down on that second peak. This is an open door, however, for a surfer in yellow, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go to get one on that second peak. Priority is, he is under priority though, so if he does it, it will be a buzzer beater. He's paddling for something right now, and he doesn't really see the opportunity on that, so he lets it go. But he's really sharking around, fishing for something on that second peak. And white has let him go completely by himself. So these are the things that start to come in competitive surfing. I think it's really nice we're having this competition with really challenging conditions here, because it helps to really highlight, bring out some of the gaps in our surfers' knowledge when it comes to competitive surfing and putting scores together in challenging situations. So our surfers will be learning a lot in this competition, which they can then use in competitions where there's better conditions as well, right? So in this case, for example, using priority. Priority is one of the keys to competitive surfing, right? The only way to get a score is to get a wave with enough scoring potential and be able to perform maneuvers on the wave and complete them with control. The only way to get good waves is to have the right of way on that wave when it comes through the lineup. The only way to do that is to have priority, and being in rhythm with the ocean and with your priority is a huge factor when it comes to competitive surfing. As well as being able to catch waves under priority, right? So surfer in white, luckily not many opportunities coming through, but a little bit of a risky move there. There's still 20 seconds on the clock. Let's see what yellow's doing. He was on a wave, but I didn't get to see it.
10 seconds.
White is having a shot in the final 10 seconds. Paddles into this one. Let's see if he pops up. He does. Huntington pump. Not much opportunity on that. So you see no opportunities for white. Yellow did get a couple on the inside. He almost landed one. Yeah, just to sharpen up that use of priority. It's good to put yourself, even if you could improve the requirement and stuff. Like, it's good to just sit on the athlete who has a chance of getting your spot and use that priority wisely. In the water right now, round 1, heat 6 for the men's. Shrikandi in red, Pradeep Pujar in white, Sekar Pachai in yellow, Ragul Govind in blue. Ragul Govind, if he is who I think he is one of the legendary competitive surfing. And I recall multiple times of him getting pitted right behind those rocks, coming out from deep behind the curtain, going straight up into the lip, releasing tail. So yeah, it'll be nice just to see him back in the water. I mean, I know he's scuba diving and fishing a lot these days, not as much surfing, but just nice to see him back in the water. And conditions are scrappy, so he usually only surfs when the waves are really firing. But nice of him to just make it back into the ocean and be there with his fellow competitors. And that was him up next to the rocks, local boy, so he knows exactly how to negotiate those rocks. Looked like it was just a heat opener he was looking for. He looks like he's paddling over on the inside here, finding one. He's up and riding, driving down the line. And he hits that oncoming section, so he's starting. He has good competitive knowledge. He's starting the heat nice and early, on some mediocre, even sub-mediocre waves, getting some scores. So that one goes incomplete. And there we have it. from our previous heat, a 6-6 and a 6-0 for our surfer in red, Ramesh Budihal. Just a 3-5 for our surfer in white, Praveen Rathod, managing to make it through the round. The 6-6 was probably, no, the 6-8-3, so the highest scoring ride from this category so far this morning is a 6-8-3 from our surfer Sanjay Kumar from Mahabalipuram with the backhand attack. But Ramesh coming close with a 6.60. We'll see what surfers can do in this heat. For now, blue starting with a 0.5, then a 1. Let's see if we can go for a 2 and then a 4 and then, just doubling it up each time. Here's red driving down the line, hitting that oncoming section, keeping it nice and conservative, not overcooking it, turning his board back to the shore and making sure he rides out with control. That's how you start a heat.
17 minutes to go. Second ball going out to the surfers of the men's open category, round 1, heat number 7. Surfers Adish Ali in red, Ryan Arun in white, Nitish Varunti in yellow, Surya P in blue. Surfers request you to please report.
There we have the announcement for the next heat as well. It'll be Ajish Ali in red, Local Boy Tyne Arun in white, Nitish Varun in Tyne also Local Boy, Nitish Varun in yellow from Mahabalipuram, and Surya P Local Boy in blue. Surya P is also one of those veterans from my time, really good surfer, really good style, beautiful surfing. Yeah, also a little bit less in the competitive scene right now, but really cool to see these boys back in the water. Surfer in blue, just trying to scrape together some scores with some little rides, waiting for the set to come through. Last of red, a 417.
Last of blue is a 0.73.
Our red takes the lead. Happy to start this heat in that way. Goes back to the point, just waits on line. As he has plenty of time, and he knows he'll probably be able to find a good wave and get a good score. Here's our surfer in white, some good speed flow down the line, hits that oncoming section. Not much change in direction, so the maneuver won't be scored too high, but nonetheless, a good way to start the heat. Surfer in red already looks like he's identified a backup looking score, but white is up and riding and goes for a top turn, but just a little bit late to that section. First of yellow comes in at a 177.
Situation update. In third is blue. In second is yellow. Yellow opening right is a 1.77.
Priority now with red, then blue, then yellow. I'm curious to see if our surfer in blue will wait for priority and a quality ride. Or if he has too much of a Grom mindset and will keep going with the smaller waves. It would be smart for him. He's given it a shot on the smaller waves, and there's not that much scoring potential, so better for him to wait for a bigger one. And he is sitting in a good position. Just needs to wait for one of his surfer in red to get one. And surfer in red looks like he's really eager to get one, so surfer in blue could just really try to sell him some waves. Doesn't even need to, as surfer in red goes on this one. It is a bit of a choppy one, but he gets ahead of that section. Now lays the carve down, maintains speed down the line, hits that oncoming section. Trying to get the finish on that. It might not be complete, but he'll still get the turn. The first turn. We'll see where the judges go with that, if it's higher or lower than the 417. It does come lower. It's a 380. That's just because he wasn't able to finish that last maneuver. It would have probably gone into the higher fours if it was complete on the last maneuver. Priority now is with blue, followed by yellow, followed by white. first of white was just a 107 because it was an incomplete.
Second pole going out to the circles of heat number 7, circles Adish Ali in red.
Yellow's found an opportunity, he's positioning himself, but blue does have priority, will go on this one. He's a little bit late on the section, a little bit off position, but still fires up into the lip. It'll be a maneuver, but it's not gonna be too much of a score. Comes in at a 1-2-3.
Last of blue is a 1.23, taking you to the second position. Situation at the moment. In the lead is red, in second is blue, in third is yellow, and in fourth is white. 12 minutes to go.
So really critical to be in an attack mode, especially on these waves when there's full of really different sections on them, and you need to generate speed. So you need to find your way into those nooks where there is some more energy, and to do that you need to be in attack mode as much as possible on the front foot, using a high line, using some good speed generation, some good projection, to really get ahead of soft sections and get into some more hollow sections which have a little bit more energy, to be able to get up into the lip and put the board on rail, to generate some scores. Really important to get that speed. Looks like a clean line coming through here. Surfer in yellow looks like he likes it, but he's in that middle section between the first and the second peak, and obviously impossible to catch that one. Blue takes the opportunity, goes on to the oncoming section, just goes down on the finish. Good try on blue. So in terms of positioning, when you have two peaks, it is vital to make a decision between the first or the second. Usually the second peak is better, as it'll have access to the back end of the wave, the second half, the second portion of the wave. And yeah, if you go for the middle, it's just gonna be a dud in the middle over there, and there's not gonna be any energy. You're probably not gonna take off. And that really leaves the door open for the surfers in second, third, and fourth priority to take that one in. Last the blue, 1-2-7. If you would have completed that one, and probably gone up, it was maybe the threes. 1-7-7, just needs a 0-7-3 to get through. Probably just getting up on any wave would get it to him, but that's not what he's trying to achieve. He's trying to achieve a good hold on second position. And to do that, he is gonna need a little bit of a quality ride, as we see our surfer in red paddling up to the point, identifying a nice looking peak, and he's up and riding. See the high line, see the speed gen, throws the tail out, lands with control. That's gonna be a solid score. Surfer in white up and riding on that one with a backhand attack, just going left now on this, carving the first section, unable to complete that maneuver. So surfer in white with the little backhand turn. It was a double up. There was a double up in front of him, so there wasn't much energy in that wave. It's not going to go very high. We'll see where it goes. It went into the threes, so the judges did like that backhand turn before the double up. So you see, not much is needed to generate a score. So really important to try and get something and generate a score on something too.
In fourth position is yellow with 1.7.
Red with that fin blast air reverse.
In second is white with 3 and 1.
Getting a 6.17.
In the lead is red with 6.17 and 4.17. Yellow, you need
and getting a solid hold on first position. The requirement for second is a 7.34, quite a big requirement. Blue in third needs a 2.81, so not much. We know he can surf well. We know he can, if he gets a good wave. He's just got to hold on to priority and find a good one, get ahead of those sections, right? That primary takeoff zone is quite a killer, to be honest. Like, yes, there is a good, I mean, we've seen some people get some good waves from there, but you really need to put the pedal to the metal and make sure that you get past that first bit, because there is a bit of softness in that first section and it can completely ruin the whole wave. So a little bit more conservative would be to sit a little bit further out on the second peak, where you know the wave is going to hit the more reliable sandbank. But even if you sit on the first one, just making sure that you're ready to reposition if there's a second peak that comes around. And here we see our surfer in yellow, having identified that and going to the second peak, but still not quite finding the pocket he wanted. Surfer in red comfortably in the lead. Now is just gonna wait for priority to come his way, and probably, like, if he really needs, just block some surfers. But to be honest, at this point, I don't think he even needs to do that. He can just have fun and try to increase requirements even more. Surfer in blue with priority has a good shot now at getting second. Just needs 2.81, one single maneuver. You can see those waves are forming up a little bit bigger on that second section. White goes left and gets a good maneuver in. Looked like blue was also riding that one. I'm curious to see what he got on it. White definitely got a maneuver in, so, and we've seen his backhand maneuver go into the threes. This could go around that. Probably not higher because it wasn't really vertical. It was more a horizontal turn. But yeah, so it comes in at a 2.5. Priority now with red, then blue, then white. As we approach the closing minutes of this heat, it will now be time for our surfer in white to defend his spot in round two, and surfers in yellow and blue to do the best they can to get something that'll take them through. I mean, blue just needs a 4.23, yellow just needs a 3.73, so it is achievable, but a quality wave is required. And being in the right spot for that wave, super vital, especially on days like this when it's a little bit messy. We have some mixed swells. Here's our surfer in yellow giving it a shot. It's a very small wave, but there is some wall building. Goes up. If he would have landed that, he would have got a little bit close to his first wave, like around a 1.5. But just digging the outside rail. 4 minutes remaining. Great job from our surfer in red, getting a 4.17, backing it up with a 3.8, and then going progressive. So he built with low risk surfing. He built his score line, and then he built on that, going straight into the risky progressives, throwing the fins out to the beach, getting a 6.17, and that's kind of it. You know, you've consolidated your spot in first position. Not many people can reliably do air reverses, so no one's really gonna get that high. Someone would really need a big, nice wall, like that one set. We got one set that came in today, which was really nice. So it's a bit of a shot in the dark to that kind of opportunity is going to come through, like one solid big wave with a nice open face with opportunity for like a few vertical snaps in the carve. Like, that's not really the day for this. I mean, we saw a couple of waves, actually just one wave today going through, which really had that. But you never know when that's going to come throughout the day, or even if it's going to come back in this day at all. As we're slowly approaching the high tide. Still a bit more energy overall in the waves, and we're happy to be able to run this. Surfer in red finding one with a long line and some power down the line, goes for an air. That board just spinning around in mid-air, not offering him the landing. Two minutes and 30 seconds to go. We see our surfer in red just trying to have some fun, show some progressive surfing. Surfer in white is going to look to defend. He is sitting in second priority, so ideally he would be selling some waves to blue. That's when it comes to this sharpening, you know, if you really want to sharpen your competitive surfing skills, you got to use that tactics, the priority. So try to, you know, put a bit more pressure on the athlete with priority, sell him some waves, regain priority, and then you're in even better position. But I guess his attention is a little bit more on the surfer in yellow, as surfer in yellow is closer to taking that second position from them. Has yellow created some separation? Yes, yellow is sitting further down the point on the second peak, so has an opening. It would be important for the surfer in white, as he is paddling out of the frame, to try and get a vantage point on yellow to make sure yellow doesn't get too much of an opportunity. Red fires on this one, lets it go. I'm not sure what happened on second peak with yellow and white. As we enter the final minute of competition for this round 1 heat 6 of the Covelong Classic, organized by the Surfing Federation of India, Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, the Sports Authority of India as a sponsor, as well as TT Group, and Surf Turf, and the Arun Basu Foundation. Speaking of Arun Basu, he just got elected as the president of the Asian Surfing Federation, which organizes Asian Surfing Championships, as well as I believe the Asian Games competition in Japan happening later on this year. So big kudos to our president for being able to get that position. Big honor for our country, with 20 seconds on the clock. Some scores possibly coming through. Looks like white improved their situation, having a 2.70. So white used priority intelligently, going to that second peak as we have a countdown. And that's the end of the heat. So yeah, white used priority pretty smartly. He had his eyes on yellow, and because yellow was sitting away from him on that second peak, and he made sure to paddle over to that when there was an opportunity coming on there, get that wave, and even managed to improve his situation himself. So that is how you use priority for defense. And yeah, you know, part of defense is also improving your situation. So when you defend and catch a wave, ideally, you know, you're able to also improve your situation on that. That's good defense. So sometimes good defense is attack, like we saw from our surfer in red, going for the air reverse to really increase the requirements on the other surfers. Sometimes good defense is using priority to make sure the other surfers don't get the opportunity to take the lead from you. And ideally, you also improve your own situation on it. In the water right now, we have Heat 7 for the round 1 with Ajish Ali, Tain Arun, Nitish Varun, and Surya P. It is 9:35 a.m. on this beautiful Friday, the 7th of August. Still a bit overcast, which is good for our wind, which means we might be able to continue running some heats throughout the day. Conditions are very scrappy. We saw a couple of nice waves coming through, but most of them mediocre waves. So it's really all about being able to convert some of these opportunities into scores, to make the most, to surf up these waves and generate scores from whatever you have. A little bit of frustration here from the surfers in the water. There's no waves in the ocean. What are we supposed to do? Oh no, there's a solid wave in the ocean, a big set wave, and unfortunately the judge booth not able to start the heat before that wave came through, and that's a missed opportunity for our surfers. That's where the frustration comes in. So both sets that have come through today have been in between the heats, and not during the heat, which is a little bit sad, especially if you're in that heat waiting for the heat to start. Definitely um, some technical difficulties going on down there with the speaker system as the judging booth are calling out the countdown with their voices. There's a surfer in wide with the first maneuver, just catching that left side rail on the finish, not able to compress nicely over the front foot for the finish, but it was a beautiful looking lip line finish. Surfer in blue now with the inside position. It is open priority, so whoever sits on the inside has a chance. Has right away on the waves. Coming up next will be Ruban V from Mahabalipuram. Oh, we still have our surfer in red. Also a veteran from my days and has a good experience with strategic surfing. Sitting on that second beak for the backup. And he would have probably got some form of a backup. "18 minutes and 40 seconds to go." This is just the opening minutes of the heat. As we see a little drone going out there to get some footage. That was a beautiful set before the start of this heat. I'm hoping we'll see something like that come through during the heat, but for now it looks like the ocean is relatively flat. As we'll go on a short break before bringing live action back to you. So stay tuned. Yeah, let's go. Finding a beautiful wave. Carved the first section, bit steeper carve on the second section, and finished out with a vertical snap on the lip, pushing some spray out the back, a 683. That is by a little. That equals the first, the highest score of the day so far. So great to see our local boy Surya P getting a nice score, as I told you. Beautiful surfing, our surfer in blue. Really good style, really good technique, and good wave selection apparently, as he found one of the best looking waves I've seen all day. Seems like the conditions might be cleaning up a bit. I mean, we saw that set just before the start of the heat, and then during. And then that 683, a beautiful wave as well. So that was not even 10 minutes of gap for two nice waves. It would be awesome if we get a bit more pulse. Like, obviously, it's a nice challenge, a good learning opportunity to figure it out on challenging conditions. But man, when the waves turn on, that's what we're excited for. That's what we're here for, is to see some good surfing on good waves. There is a bit of more energy compared to yesterday in the waves, so that potential is there. A white up in second with a 4 and a 2.50. So also doing a good job of generating some scores. Red in third with a 127, probably that missed maneuver, and backed it up with the 3.5 was the backup. So white and red having a wave under their belt. Yellow just a 2.33, so he's gonna need to generate something a little bigger. It's already in the back end of the heat. Now is the time. He can definitely reset and try to wait for a good big score, but I think he's going for a strategy change. Sitting on that second position, he's found a little peak, and he's up and riding, driving down the line, but not enough energy in that wave. That was our surfer in blue. Look with the backup. Got a solid looking face to work with. And I think just a single maneuver, but going vert. So he'll have a nice score out of that. A great backup, and it comes out as a 4.83. Surfer in blue in the lead with a 6.83 and a 4.83. Beautiful lead. Beautiful strategic surfing. Here's our surfer in red having a chance now. Going up into the lip for the first one, into the double up for the second, lays it down on that double up lip. So that'll be a good score for red. Probably gonna take him into second position.
So blue is a 4.83 and you're still in the lead. Please stand by for the rest of the score update.
Six minutes and 40 seconds to go. Looks like there's a bit more pulse in the waves. So looking forward to the next few heats. Red needs a 4.9. The way I've put it on my scoreboard is around a 4.5. So it's up to the judges as to whether that's gonna go above the requirement, above a 4.9, or not. Waves really look like they're cleaning up a bit.
Last of red is a 4.37.
So the last of red is 4.37. It's not enough, but the requirement is a bit lower. It needs just a 4.04 to take second position now.
And in fourth is yellow.
We are at the low tide mark and we are going up. So rising tide means a lot of promising things for us.
5 minutes to go.
What that means is we are gonna get a bit more consistency, a bit more pulse in the waves, which is really what we need at this point. I mean, great learning opportunity and all of that for the first few heats. And you know, but people did manage to generate scores, 6s, even 4s, 5s, everything they needed to get through. But having a bit more waves on offer is really just gonna reduce a bit of the pressure for these surfers, because it can be really intense to try and scrape together scores when it's this challenging. Entering the 4-minute mark. Blue is solidly in the lead. Last of red. Red got another one, a 4.3. That is enough to take him into second. So now the decision must be made. Should I try increase the requirement, improve my situation, or should I go into defense mode over white and really try to he is in an under priority situation though, however, so not really in the position to defend as yet. You could have an opportunity on second peak to up the requirement a little bit before going on to protection of that second spot. When it comes to our surfer in white with a 4.4 and a 4, he is sitting not on priority, but second priority. So if he just waits a little longer, he will have a chance at getting the requirement he needs, a 4.27. We know he's capable of doing it. He's gotten a 4.40 on his last wave. Surya, heat leader in blue in first. Requirements for the lead are 7 to 9, so quite a higher requirement. I think he's safe. It's safe to say he's in the lead. He's taken a lead out, but you never know. Our surfer in red could get a good wave, could go into the goods, but a 7.3 is the highest scoring ride of the day so far. So it will be a big achievement if that wave comes through, but there are more waves coming through, and if we see one of the sets like the one that broke just before the start of the heat, that might be a shot for our surfer in red to take the lead. But I don't think he's looking too much at the lead. I think he's just looking to consolidate that spot in second and make sure he goes through the round, because if you don't go through the round, you don't have a chance to surf again in the competition. And that is a lot of lost opportunities in terms of points you can generate towards the final overall rankings of the 2026. It is not fully sure if this is the last stop on the series, as there are discussions for another stop on the West Coast after this one in October. So we'll see. But regardless, important to perform as good as possible on every event if you want to go for the title of the year. That was our surfer in white having a go. So he used a priority on that one. I'm not sure how good of a scoring opportunity it was, and whether that was really a good decision or not. We'll see in the scoreline. Comes in at 3-4. It's not enough. He needed the 4-2-7. So a little bit of a mistake using priority on that one. But the closing minutes of the round, the pressure of time does make people do radical things. We'll see if there's any other opportunities in these remaining minutes, or yeah, that might have been really the last opportunity. So good decision from White for having gone on it. But no shame in you know, waiting out the end of the heat, especially if you know the quality of wave you need to get, and you know, if it doesn't come, it just doesn't come, and that's the ocean, and you can't really do anything about it. Really close call between red and white. 8-6-7 total for red, 8-4-0 for white, and it looks like that's it. The ocean is flat. I'll be going on a break for a heat after this to recharge for the last heat of the men's round 1 before we go into juniors. So thank you for tuning in to the Covelong Classic. This is the Covelong Classic 2026 edition, fourth stop on the series, organized by the Surfing Federation of India, Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, sponsored by the Sports Authority of India, TT Group, Surf Turf, and Arun Vasu Foundation. Big announcement today, as we have the president of the Asian Surfing Federation, which has been nominated, and it is Arun Vasu, our dear president of the SFI. Thank you for tuning in to the YouTube live, and see you in 20 minutes.
2, 1. Counting down the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we are back on live with live action for round 1 heat 9 of the Covelong Classic 2026 edition, organized by the Surfing Federation of India, Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, sponsored by Sports Authority of India, TT Group, our Ambassador Foundation, and Surf Turf. We just had a big announcement that our president is also the president of the Asian Surfing Federation, as we have our surfer in red. Getting into this one, starting the heat early, going vert on that first maneuver, and he's out of there. Good start for a surfer in red. And that's a good heat opener for our surfer in red. We'll see where our judges go with that one, but I'm guessing they're gonna go into the mid averages, maybe even the high averages, maybe a 5, maybe a 5.5, maybe a 6 even if they feel generous. But yeah, the quality of that maneuver is very high, with a nice critical section, really deep bottom turn, going nice and vert, throwing a lot of spray. Surfer in blue and yellow up and riding, so a little bit of a question there in terms of priority, and yes, judges went for a 6 on that one.
Your opening ride is a 6.
That's a way to start a heat. And we'll just see what happens between blue and yellow on the previous. Conditions have cleaned up a lot as we're going from the low tide up to the high. Here our surfer in red having a look again, sitting right on that pocket. First nice turn, combines it up nicely with another carve. Now releases the tail on the final one, and he's out of there. That is how you start a heat in the first 3 minutes of the heat. Our surfer in red going for a first wave, one big turn to get a 6, now combining it up on a smaller wave with 3 strong maneuvers. That'll probably go into the goods, high goods probably. It's a bit of a small wave to go into the excellence, but it could at the maximum be in the low excellence. Small wave, and the criticality of the maneuver is just not as critical as that first one, so I would see it going a little higher into the higher goods than the previous wave. Here's our surfer in white up and riding, driving down the line, up into the lip for the first maneuver, releases the tail a bit, but overcooks, just like any cook in the kitchen. The most important thing is to not burn your chicken, and when it comes to surfing, it's the same thing. You don't want to overcook your wave, especially at the start of the heat. You want to make sure to get that score in, and they really like that one. Went into the excellence with it. Beautiful combination of maneuvers, especially that finishing nice and critical with the tail sliding out the back. 9, 6, 7. And that's blue up and riding. So our surfer in red has essentially put this heat to bed in the first 4 minutes. It can go in free surf right now. Surfer in white now on a little insider. Surfers just had a look at that one, but as you can see, 2 peaks split up. Surfer in yellow chose not to go. We did have an interference from blue on yellow. So unfortunate for blue on that one. We'll get his probably his either his backup score halved or maybe even completely removed. So Unfortunate, but indeed, in the start of the heat, whoever has the inside position, open priority, has the right of way. And in this case, Rajasuresh Pujar took off on the inside, and Surfer in Blue took off behind after him. So that was a drop in. Second position, Ram Kumar. In third, Rajasuresh Pujar. Everyone's still waiting to open up their heats as our surfer in red has already finished surfing theirs. That score 9-6-7. That means at least one of the judges went up into tens. Here's our surfer in red again, setting up that first turn. Oh, that's the replay. Nice and critical, straight into the bottom top turn, and then boom, super critical on the end section. No downtime between maneuvers, just straight flow between maneuvers, top to bottom, in the pocket. That is quality surfing, guys. It is excellent surfing, and the judges were awarded with a 9-6-7.
Minutes to go.
Conditions have cleaned up a lot. We are on the fourth stop of the National Series. And having a look perhaps at our rankings. Surfer in white, up and ran. Into the pocket for a little jam. Now drives down the line, looks for that oncoming section, hits it and rides out with control. So we'll definitely be putting a score down. Contender for second position. Let's see if yellow and blue enter the conversation for second. Here's a replay, or our surfer in red up and riding again, straight into the pocket to start. Fin bus reverse on the second maneuver. Now having fun, showing some progressive surfing, showing he can build some scores. Rajasuresh Pujar now, yellow up and riding, trying to enter the conversation, lays back into a radical hack in the lip and lands it with control, so he'll be happy about that score. See it in his body language. Just the one turn, but nonetheless, an exciting move. If we look at the rankings, we have, from the last event, Sivraj Babu, a surfer from Mahabalipuram, did take the edge on Kishore Kumar, a surfer in red, in this heat by winning the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. Sivraj Babu with 2 wins, the one in Little Andamans, the one in Mahabs. Kishore taking out the win in I believe it was the iOS on the West Coast. So he's looking for another good result here. This is his home break. So he could get a good result and get that first position back from Sivraj. Ramesh also in the conversation here in third position overall in the rankings for the men's. But Shrikant following close behind. So there is a conversation for the title of the National Series 2026. Who is gonna take out the year? This might be the last event, but there's also discussion for another event on the West Coast in Kerala. That would be super exciting to see another event in Kerala, 5th event on the tour, on the National Series. Would be super fun for this year. It is a momentous year, as our president is also now the president of the Asian Surfing Federation. So if we have a look at the points, Sivraj Babu in first in the men's rankings with 2,730 points. He won first in Little Andaman, third in the Indian Open of Surfing, and won again in Mahabalipuram. If we look at Kishore, sitting on 2,340 points, he got third in the Andamans. He won the Open of Surfing on the West Coast in Mangalore, and in Mobs he came fifth. So he had a semi-final finish, unfortunate semi-final finish, which did cost him quite a bit of points. And then if we go to Ramesh, he had an unfortunate finish in Little Andamans, finishing in the semis with a seventh place finish. Then got super consistent in the Indian Open and Mobs Point Break, coming second in both of those events. So that's why he's sitting on 2,275 points, sitting right behind Kishore. And finally, we have Shrikant getting second in the Little Andamans, fourth in the Indian Open of Surfing, and sadly, that semi-final finish in the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. So sitting on 2,000 points. There's 730 points between Shrikant and Sivraj, but there's 1,000 points on offer at each event. So with one event, it might not be enough to catch up, but with two, you never know. Situation still the same. We have the score from our last wave of white, which comes at a 417, so he was rewarded quite nicely for that big hack in the lip, laid back hack in the lip. They gave him a 417, he's in second. He does need a backup if he wants to secure that spot in second. Rajasuresh Pujar is a contender for that spot, so he will need to do something good to get a nice backup. Priorities with blue, followed by red, followed by white, followed by yellow. So Rajasuresh Pujar in fourth priority, which doesn't give him much opportunities. Here's our surfer in blue, just getting caught behind the section. Unfortunately, that was our surfer in yellow, trying to get off on the second peak. Unfortunately, our surfer in blue with that interference call will be losing his second wave. So, all right, Rajasuresh Pujar put a score on the scoreboard. It's a 483. He is now in second position. So there is a conversation for second. Here's our surfer in the lead. Kishore going to the air, landing that one. I don't know how he managed to get back onto his feet, because in the middle of the air he lost contact with the surfboard, but just not enough push in that wave to land safely. We'll have a little replay of that one. I mean, what a tricky wave. It's bumpy, it's got sections. Somehow he pumps some random speed and then just sends the board up into the sky, rotates around, and loses contact with his board, somehow makes it back on his board, and then finally that wave running out of energy, as it clearly didn't have much energy, not enough to take off on an air, but surfer in red with some magic in the legs, in the surfboard perhaps as well.
Last of blue is a 0.9. Situation at the moment in fourth is blue.
Yeah, we have a conversation between yellow and white. 483 for yellow, 417 for white. The requirement for taking, so you know, if white just catches any random wave, they're probably going to get into second position. Only need a 1.67 to get that one, but yellow also doesn't have a backup, so none of them with a backup. It's going to be all up to what waves they're able to get next. Priority sits with white, so white does have a chance right now. With 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. It's not the time to take a tiny scrappy wave, but that's what our surfer in white is doing. Just trying to get a backup, but used priority on that, so a little bit of an iffy decision there. He could have waited. Still 5 minutes on the clock. Now Rajeshwar Pujar in second position. The only contender for second is Ram Kumar in white, so it will be super smart for our surfer in yellow to really stick out for priority. Here's our surfer in red, setting up their first turn, vert, and straight into the oncoming section, drifts the fins and comes out with control. Actually, might have lost the finish on that one. Not quite able to ride out with the nose pointing out in front of the foam. We'll see how critical the judges are about that one. It comes into the 617. I think that 617 is just for the first turn. If he would have made, he almost made the second turn, but if he would have made the second turn, it would probably gone into the excellence. Not sure about above the 967, but maybe just under. I mean, if he only got 617 on that first turn, let's have a look at it. Pumping, pumping, pumping. Really high line, you can see. That's key to speed gen. Nice first turn. That's the 617. Then smack the second one. He did ride out pretty well with control, so that might have been for both maneuvers. I'm curious why the judges didn't go a little higher on that. But anyways, surfer in red didn't need any score and much of a score, but he is trying to just give a show, and he's surfing his own heat, right? He's probably not surfing against the people in the heat. He's probably surfing against the people that he imagines to come down to Mabalipuram next weekend for the WSL QS 2000 event. Very important in competition. Yes, you're surfing against other surfers, but you are also surfing against yourself, just trying to prove yourself, just trying to improve yourself at every stop, at every step. Coming up on the schedule for August is the Shore Temple Classic, QS 2000 Pro and Junior. Qualifying 2000 event competition. It will give 2,000 points to whoever wins on the QS rankings. The QS rankings is how you get selected for the Challenger Series. So if we look at the rankings on the QS,
Two minutes to go.
I'm not able to get the rankings of the QS to give you a bit of an explanation of what's going on down there. But currently you have so for the qualifying series, it goes by countries and regions, not really countries, more like regions. So similar to how a surfing heat works, the top 2 events of your season on the QS is what is counted towards your final points. So right now we have a lot of Japanese surfers on the rankings. Kei Kobayashi, Rinta Uti, Hiroto Arai, Ryo Inaba, Daika Tanaka, Jo Azuki, Yuji Nishi, etc. We also have Kanoa Haiji from Korea up there as well. Here's a surfer in white, up and riding, putting the board on rail, rotating those shoulders nicely. He is looking to get second position and make it through to the next heat, but loses his rail on that one with a bit of frustration. All he needed was a 1.67, so he might get that one. I'm surprised that our surfer in yellow managed to let him slip on that and get that one. So very important to use priority in these situations to make sure our surfers do not get a chance at taking that position away. Ramkumar getting the 3, getting that second position, and will make it through to round 2, kicking Raju Suresh Pujar out. So questionable decisions in terms of using priority in that defense part of the heat the last 5 minutes.
White moves into the second position with a 3 in the last stride. With the kind attention of all surfers, we are on hold.
Announcement is that we are on hold and we'll have another call at 2 p.m. to run the remainder of the day's schedule. The schedule for the day.
Please note you have time till 11:15. Request you to clear the waters at 11:15 for the SUP races.
We'll have some SUP races and I think another call. Here's the replay for red. That's the 967. Beautiful 3-turn combo, which got him close to a perfect score. Here is that air reverse attempt. Highline. You can see our surfer in red really using these principles of gaining speed. So if you want speed, take the high line. As you can see again, high line, high line, high line, then drops to the low, sets up his bottom turn, goes vert on the snap. That is quality surfing. And there again, straight back to the bottom. So if you're in that midline, it's much harder to go down deeper into a deeper bottom turn, which will get you up on more vertical onto the face. And that's why you really want to get a nice high line, either pump or just a high line, and then go straight down for your bottom turn. That's what sets up a really good bottom turn with speed, which means you can drive off the bottom with more speed and get more verticality in your top turn. And the more vertical you are in your top turn, the more points you will score. So that was it for this morning. Thank you for tuning in to the Covelong Classic 2026 edition, brought to you by the Surfing Federation of India. Here's our surfer in red again. Beautiful replay. That's the 3-turn combo. First snap, second carve, third snap, releasing the fins.
You can see guys.
So yeah, organized by the Surfing Federation of India and Tamil Nadu Surfing Association. Sponsored by the Sports Authority of India, the TT Group, and Surf Turf and the Arun Basu Foundation. And big kudos to our president for becoming president of the Asian Surfing Federation as well.
Can you come here, please? We need your support. Red, can you see here? Please come.
Have a wonderful midday and see you back here at 2 p.m.
Please join us. What you are doing is very dangerous for your health.
in yellow and Sheikh Dawood S in blue. We went on hold for the major part of the mid of the day, where we just went through that high tide mark, and not much opportunities on offer, but right now the tide drawn out quite a bit and giving much more opportunities to our surfers to score. We're just going to be running 3 heats of the juniors 18 and under before closing out the day. The reason being that we have an updated 4-day schedule for this event since the conditions were quite challenging. So that gives us a little bit more time each day to really give as good as possible conditions for our athletes in the water. This is the Covelong Classic 2026 edition. 4-stop on the National Series. This is such a special year. We started in the Little Andamans for a very historical event over there. Followed it up with 2 of our normal events, one on the West Coast in Mangalore, the other one in Mahabalipuram, and now we are in Covelong, one of the classical additions to the National Series. Potentially having a 5th stop on the tour this year in Kerala in October, but that is in discussion. It's not clear yet. However, we do have a QS coming up very soon, in just a few days, on the 12th of August in Mahabalipuram. The conditions are looking better than they were for this event, so looking forward to that one. And it's going to be awesome to have an international event as well in this 2026 series, just to give that extra exposure to the athletes. One aspect of competitive surfing here in India is, yes, obviously getting wins, qualifying for international events abroad and Asian Games and all these things. But the other thing is just getting practice, getting exposure. So we see a lot of new names in competition, Groms from different coasts like Arvind CH, like Likit Salyan, all these guys starting out. So competition is really nice to gather them on different coastlines, expose them to different waves. As we see our surfer in white, looking at a meaty looking wave, nice and open, with the high line to start, goes for his standard lip line finish as the cameraman tries to look for that one. Shifting angle, we see our boy Yogesh A as he paddles back up to the point.
Second call going out to the quarterfinalists, each 2.
So Yogesh going with his strategy of that lip line finish to start, really just to build a score in the scoreboard before finding some more waves to improve on. On that wave, there was opportunity for some more maneuvers, a little bit of open space, a little bit of downtime, and the judges seeing that the scoring potential on that wave wasn't fully maximized, therefore giving it a 3.83, also knowing that maneuver is a standard for Yogesh, and also it wasn't necessarily super critical, as the angle of approach into the turn wasn't so vertical, and he also just followed the lip down for the finish. Yellow now up and riding, also going up into the lip with some lift and following that. So that's the Likit Salyan we were talking about from the West Coast, been surfing since around a year. And already looking quite comfortable in competition. These Groms pick things up so fast, it's insane. They're like sponges. I had the chance of working with 4 boys from Covelong, Kerala last 2 weeks ago in Mahabs, and just with a couple of days focusing on 1 or 2 key drills, and with the right way to transfer the knowledge, they were able to really up the level of their surfing in just a few days. So they're absolute sponges of that age, as we can see it with these Groms, learning so fast. In Mahabs, we also saw them taking out some bigger names in the juniors, some of them even competing in the men's So it's really cool to see the next generations as they come up. Speedy as ever, and now they'll have even more opportunities in international events as India becomes more of a country to host these kind of events. The president of the ASF is from India now, so he got elected just today. Arun Vasu, president of the SFI, also president of the ASF. All other presidents from other countries like Indonesia and Japan and Singapore and China and Philippines, voting him in as their president. So we'll see what kind of opportunities that creates and what kind of activity the federation, the Asian Federation, do to kind of connect surfing in in Asia. There have been the Asian Surfing Championships, one a year at least, but it's also like I'm really curious what's going to happen in the next few years, because India's been really developing in terms of how they're bringing quality events, like low footprint quality events, to really focus in on creating learning opportunities for the athletes. And so if they're more connected to the Asian Surfing Federation, I wonder how that's going to go, how it's going to link together with the other Asian countries, and how more countries are going to have a chance to, you know, exchange, go to each other, visit each other, do comps at each other's countries, maybe also training camps and things like that. So super exciting period, super exciting year. Also the Asian Games this year coming up in October, so that's really soon. We are sending 2 men and 2 women to the Asian Games with a chance of getting medals for the country. In the water right now, Yogesh A in white in the lead with that 3.83, his standard stop. Lip line finish, he'll be looking to improve on that one with some rail cars perhaps on the start of the waves, and going a little more vert into his snaps. Nikit Salyan with a 107 and the 160. Got that 160 on that previous one where he went for a lip line as well. Just a bit of a smaller wave and less punchy of a section. Sheikh Dawood with a 167, following close behind. Only needs a 1 to get second position. So not much activity in the water, and that's also why we went on hold all day, is really to make sure we are giving our surfers a chance. And through that middle section of the day with the high tide, really few opportunities to score. So deciding to go on hold, give the surfers a break, and see if the conditions improve in the afternoon. As I was walking up the beach, it looked like there were a few opportunities. Now at the start of this heat, not so many, but we still have 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go. The ocean has a chance to show up for these surfers of the juniors 18 and under. Coming up next will be Pradeep Pujar in red, Pralad Shriram in white, Sanku Karthik in yellow, and Harus Muhaidin in blue. Most of our surfers have opened up their heat. Low scores to start for now. It is still quite scrappy. Looking at yellow here, we almost took off on that one, but just saw the rocks underneath and was like, I'm not going on that. Priority is established. We have red in first priority, waiting to open up their ride. He's being patient, waiting for a good quality ride. He's seen a few nice ones come through, so he knows they're gonna come. But will they come in time? I mean, still 10 minutes and 20 seconds, 25 seconds to go, so there is a shot. Different strategies to be had in competition. We've seen a few different examples. People sitting on different spots, people approaching the heat differently from the start, some going fast, starting fast, some waiting for quality waves. In these kind of scrappy conditions, usually starting quickly and building from there, generating and converting any opportunity into a score. An opportunity is any wave that comes through. First you evaluate the opportunity, and our surfer in blue here sees the opportunity on this one, goes for a first rail turn, and then tries to get into the lip, but that one just dies on that ditch on the inside. So that's been the major challenge in this event, is negotiating that ditch on the inside, and the size of the waves. Here's our surfer in yellow. It's a small one, but we'll see if he's able to do something on it. So what we've been seeing is that below a certain size of wave, the waves kind of just get past that first section and then go straight into the ditch and just lose all their energy over there. So how waves break really depends on the bottom contour, on what there is underneath the ocean. 2.33 for the last of blue. So that was that jam in the pocket, pushing hard on the tail, but incomplete on the finish. And yeah, 2.33, he'll be in the lead, but the heat's still super wide open. Anyone could take it right now. Yogesh in second with a only needs a 0.17, so if he just got up, he would get into the lead. Here's our surfer in blue having a look at a ripple, but nothing much on offer on that one. So really important to evaluate the scoring potential, but also when you're in an under priority situation, you can just fire your shots, and who knows, maybe the thing rebuilds on the inside section on the shore and gives you a little section to hit. We saw that in one of the previous heats. However, Tyne Arun in red will be feeling the nerves a little bit in terms of the time going down and seeing no opportunities on the horizon. I mean, sometimes it is up to the ocean and there really isn't any opportunities. The smaller surfers in blue, white, and yellow taking the opportunity and the advantage of their smaller frame to generate some scores on smaller waves. But Tyne Arun with a bigger frame just requiring a bit more energy in the wave to do anything of consequence. He's just there sitting and scratching his head like, what's happening here? Is the ocean gone to sleep? Or yeah, just 7 minutes on the clock. All of the surfers are looking out into the ocean. Ideally, in these kind of situations, if no one catches a wave, the heat gets a restart, so it gets 20 fresh minutes of heat. But here, since the heat did start and surfers did catch some waves, wow, it is really looking super flat out there. And so that's why it is so important to start your heat as fast as possible, generate on score on whatever opportunity comes your way, because you do not know if there will be another opportunity or not. Every single wave that comes to the ocean is a unique wave. It will never exist again, and therefore super unpredictable. That's what makes the sport also so magical, so rewarding, is that you interact with something that's been created by nature thousands of kilometers away, deep in the ocean, and traveled all this way just to meet you on the banks of Covelong Beach at this Covelong Classic 2026 edition, organized by the Surfing Federation of India, by the Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, doing quite a bit of work this year, organizing a Grom series to find some up-and-coming surfers on this East Coast. I think they did 3 to 4 events in Covelong, in Mahabs, in Pundi. Here's our surfer in red, finally finding an opportunity, driving down the line, goes up into the lip and lands that one. It will be a score, and he'll be happy to at least get something on the scoreboard with 5 minutes to go. That does look like the heftiest score of the heat so far. as Yogesh A did complete a similar maneuver, just a little less critical. So we'll see where the judges go with that. The scale must be pretty low, so I could easily see that going into the 4s and giving him what he needs to progress to the semis. It would be unfortunate to miss a semifinal finish just for one heat of no waves, you know, and that one coming in at a 5, taking him into the lead, that patience paying off. We'll see if it's enough or if some more opportunities come through for the other boys in the heats. Sheikh Davud S now in second position with the 2.33 and the 1.67. Yogesh A following close behind, only needing 0.17 to progress. So technically, Yogesh could literally just, I think he's realizing something. He could literally just pop up on any single wave and he'd get through. Priority is with Yogesh. So interesting to see what he might do on this one. And he does identify a little opportunity that builds out here. He is with priority, so even if red goes, he can block him on it. And he's definitely going on this one. Up and riding, going up for that lip line again, and he rides out with control with that classic 2 hands side by side with his front knee to make sure he rides out with control. Smooth speed control. I really like how he compresses at the end of his maneuvers, really showing dedication. And there you go. He gets a 3. He's in the lead. Tyne in second. Now the requirement for Sheikh a little higher, 2.68 needed. Still very achievable. Just a lip line finish, and he's got it. And red with that 5 would be out of the quarters. So it's really down to the ocean and what it provides, and also the ability of these surfers to scrape together a score with the smallest little opportunities. Priorities with blue right there, yellow actually, and yellow takes off on the inside, but really a ripple, nothing on offer there. Priority now with blue, opening for blue here in terms of the priority. What red would have to do is sell a wave. Looks like there's something coming through. We'll see what happens. It's super tense. Only 2 minutes and 21 seconds to go. Looks like a sizable wave for blue. He might get the score, but he's caught behind this section. Let's see if he can make it out onto the open face, and he's caught behind. If he stuck to it a little longer, he would have gotten there. And that will give our surfer in red a bit of a breather. Here's our surfer in white up and riding again with another lip line. That one throwing a bit more spray. Let's see if he sticks to this inside and it builds up. You never know.
1 minute and 50 seconds to go.
His last 3. This one could improve a little bit, but will it be anything of consequence? Hard to tell. Surfer in red now having a look on this one. Just needs a backup. Just needs to stand up to increase the requirement on blue. And he does. We'll see what the judges give for that, as the wave, I'm not even sure if the wave broke. So that's what we're seeing. Is you can really picture the bottom contour of the way the seabed. You know, there's a sandbank out there right where red is sitting. It gets shallow and then it gets deep again, and those waves rise up and then just die out. Here's our surfer in red, in yellow, having a chance. Nice and deep on the takeoff. Beautiful section. But he misses that one. Red is up and riding now with a solid opportunity. He hits it and brings it home. He'll definitely be going through the next round unless blue does something crazy. $40 to go.
40 seconds to go.
Red will probably take the lead. He only needs a 183. His previous for getting up on that little ripple. A 133. That doesn't look like it'll be enough for a surfer in blue, who needs a 291. Yellow now having a shot. Up and riding.
15 seconds to go.
Not much on offer on that one. Surfer in blue, in white, now up and riding. He is the heat leader, trying to increase the requirement on red. Looks like a nice one, and he finishes that one out. Corking out the tail a little bit. We'll see if that improves his situation as well. But we are waiting on a score from reds. Which will probably be more than a 2-5-6, so he'll probably take the lead, and then we'll see if white can reclaim the lead after that. But I think it'll be a white and red going through. And here we have it, white going through. Wait a second. Did they score last of red or not? Red did have a wave over there with one turn. Anyways, the result is correct. The result is white and red. And there we have it. Last of red of 4.10. And red in the lead, white in second. So red and white go through. And this is who is advancing to the second round. For the men's open, so this is what we'll be running tomorrow. We have Siraj Babu, Manikandan and Ram Kumar in the first heat. Sanjay Savamani, Sanjay Kumar, Akilan and Ajish. That's a packed heat for round 2. That's like a semi-final heat for round 2. Then Ramesh Budihal, Ruban, Pradeep Pujar and Som Sethi in heat 3. That's for the women's open you were seeing. Now we have our surfer in red already up and riding. Pradeep Pujar on the backhand attack. 2 turns. Mid-quality turns, but still starting the heat off with some maneuvers is the right way to go, because you never know if the ocean's just going to go flat for 15 minutes like it did in the previous heat. Luckily, some opportunities came through in that back end. I'm not really sure anything really changed. It's just that the surfers, with the time pressure, were like, okay, we got to go on anything. Now, there were some opportunities that came through in the last, literally like 4 or 5 minutes of that heat. So yeah, the ocean is unpredictable. You have no idea what may be on offer. Pradeep Pujar not wanting to take any risks, starting as soon as he possibly can to get a score in the scoreboard. Not going too risky on his maneuvers, easier. Don't want to overcook the wave. 3.50. I mean, in the last heat, 3.8, a mid-range 3 was a keeper. So, you know, this could be a keeper for a surfer in red. Prahlad Shriram in white, Sanko Karthik in yellow, and Harus Mohaidin in blue. Just 2 minutes into this one. Looks like there's a couple of lines out the back. I hope the surfers in this heat are going to be taking every single opportunity to score, because you don't know what the ocean is going to provide. It is super cloudy since the last couple of days, and that's really nice. In terms of wind conditions, as you can see, we've had good winds all day long. Usually winds turn around, give us that onshore breeze, which can make things super messy in the afternoon. But with these clouds, what happens is the land is not, the sun doesn't shine through the clouds, and therefore the land doesn't heat up, doesn't send hot air shooting up, which attracts that cold air blowing in from the ocean. And so that's what keeps these really good wind conditions, which are pretty much zero. I mean, I don't think there's much wind at all. Maybe a light offshore breeze. Here's our surfer in blue, zipping down the line, getting up into the lip, and completing that ride. That will be a good heat starter. That's our surfer in blue, Harus Mohaidin. So Pradeep Pujar with those 2 backhand turns, kind of small maneuvers. Harus Mohaidin streaming down the line, followed up with that oncoming section finish. Also not much change of angle on that one, so we'll see where the judges go with that. But a maneuver nonetheless. Maneuvers are the things that are scored. As we see a line coming through. As we see a line coming through. Yellow takes off on the rocks, but that one kind of dies out on the rock. So there's a bit of a There's a bit of a ditch also right next to the rocks. If you go anywhere on the beach, you'll usually see that the sand is dug out next to the rocks due to erosion. So that also affects the waves. At least a couple of lines coming through. Looks like Blue's having a look at this one, paddling hard to get in. Will he? Nah, that one slips under. 15 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So first 5 minutes of the heat in, and Pradeep and Harus getting a head start. Harus starting with that 2-1 with a 2-1-7 on that lip line finish. So it will be a score. Prahlad Sriram being patient. He likes to play the patient game, but it can be quite dangerous in these conditions where you have no idea what opportunities the ocean will provide.
15 minutes to go.
Yellow paddling hard to enter this one next to the rock. Let's see if it holds up. It does. He's able to get into that section, and then it dies right under his feet as it reached that ditch. Just zero energy suddenly, pulls the brakes, and just makes him go over the handlebars. It's as if you would like drive into some quicksand or something, just no power. Here, Blue having a look, but that one just closes out. So Blue looking for a backup on the inside. Yellow with an opening ride of just a 1. He won't be so happy with that one. He'll go back out and try to readjust and see what he can do. White playing the patient game, waiting for a quality wave. Yellow not having it. He wants to get a score in his scoreline, and he will, as he went for that float. We know that White is able to get some pretty big scores. He is the winner of the juniors 14 and under on the last event in Mahabalipuram, and also took down one of the bigger names in the juniors 18 and under in the semis. But will he be given the opportunity to get the score he needs, to get any score? Right now he only needs a 2-1-8, so just one maneuver would do it. Last of Yellow, a 197 for that float.
30 minutes to go, situation at the moment. White, you need 2.87 to progress. In third is Blue. Blue, you need 0.8 to progress. In second,
Blue having a look on this one. Up and riding. Just with some speed float to start. Now looking at that oncoming section, kind of goes for a float, but nothing much. So not much of a maneuver on that wave. It'll just be a medium 1 probably. We'll see where the judges go with that. It will be. He only needs a 0.8 to take second position, but ideally you want to be getting a bigger score to make sure you keep a stronger hold on your position and make sure to get through to the semis. I mean, the doors are wide open, especially in these kind of conditions. Anything can happen. It's very easy to take out some of the top names. So that's where our surfers in Blue and Yellow could have a chance at getting through. And just with that 163 going straight into the lead over our surfer in Red, sitting on that 3.5. Obviously, surfer in Red only needing a 0.3 if they want to take the lead. So it'll probably be temporary, but and our surfer in White still hasn't caught anything. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. He looks pretty calm though, confident that the ocean will give him something. Priority is with White, of course, followed by Red, followed by Yellow, then Blue. Beautiful to see them all lined up diagonally like that. That is what a lineup is supposed to look like. Just 4 surfers out. No waves on offer. No, I'm joking. It's supposed to be pumping. Covelong is one of the best spots we have here on the East Coast. Obviously now it's not working great and you can't really see all of the potential it has, but in its day it's had some amazing days, especially when it comes to barrel riding. Those rock sections up the point down south, giving some nice long drawn out hollow sections. And when the bigger swells come through head to overhead high, here's our surfer in yellow. Will it stand up enough for him to go? He manages to climb over that foam section, pointing the nose of the board a little bit above and bringing it down. Only needs a 1.54 to progress. He'll probably get that. So every wave these guys are taking. And now it looks like we have a solid opportunity for our surfer in wide. He's definitely not going to miss the chance, but is he in the right position? That is the question. He's paddling, he's paddling, he's paddling. He's gotten up, so that'll feel good. Jams it under the pocket for the first one, looking to get onto the open face again. Will it build up on the inside one more time? He's sticking with it because he wants to mop up as much of that opportunity as possible. Loses the rebuild though. Could have been a little opportunity on there. Still, it will be a score. One maneuver under the pocket, comboed up with a little foam climb at the end. We'll see where that one goes. The highest scoring ride so far is the 3.5 from Pradeep Pujar with the 2 backhand turns on his first wave. Pradeep Pujar also playing the patient game, just waiting for something to show up. Just took that 3.5. So Pralad's last, a 3.33, just under Pujar's last first. Only needs 0.47, so the requirements are super low. Red needs a 0.3 to progress and white a 0.47, but Sanku Karthik and Haris Mohideen, the lower seeds, holding currently first and second position. Their strategy did work for them up to now, getting nice and busy at the start of the heat, but the more experienced red and white are sitting on bigger scores and having very low requirements. There is 8 minutes and 30 seconds, so quite a bit of time. Red is in first priority, meaning he has a solid opportunity to score whenever something comes through the lineup. Down to 8 minutes. This is the Covelong Classic event, and these conditions sadly have been one of the classic occurrences in the Covelong Classic. I remember quite a few heats when I was about the age of these guys, 12s and 13s, where I had to scrap together scores on waves like this. Here's our surfer in wide with a solid looking hefty backup. 2 turns, Huntington pump to try and make it to the inside. Just goes over the handlebars. That will be a proper backup. It'll actually be his best ride, and it'll probably take him into the lead. Just needs a 0.47 to go to second, but not much to go to the lead either. Here's our surfer in blue, reacting to that one, setting the board on rail, drawing it out, looking for it to rebuild on the inside, and he gets out of there. I mean, it rebuilds right after, so I mean, preferring to go back for priority, but will he really get priority? And also potentially missing that opportunity on the inside. Here's a replay for our surfer, probably in white. Yes, that's that second peak that we saw in the morning. So cut back to start, pumps, gets into that oncoming section, and brings the board back to the beach. That'll be a proper score. I would make it go even higher than the first of red. So probably the highest scoring ride of the day, maybe a 4, max a 4.5, and the judges go 4.83. That takes white to the lead. Requirement for yellow quite high, 5.83 needed to take back the lead. He is in second and has a chance at holding that spot, but requirement for red is really low, just needing a 0.8. So red could essentially just get up on a wave, or I wonder what would happen if red just paddled on flat ocean and popped up. I wonder if they would give him a 1, a 0.5, and that might even give him what he needs to take that second position. But an opportunity coming through. Priority sits with red, so he'll have a shot on this one, but yellow might have a shot on the inside. Yellow could have gone on the inside of there and done one turn before red. Ooh, and Pradeep Pujar lays down a meaty vertical hack in the puck. He'll be happy to have that one in. He's sitting on a 3-5. We'll see where the judges go with that one. So if you look at this, really nice and deep bottom turn, bringing that board nice and vertical, as you can see. And the judges like it, giving it a 4-2-3 for that one turn. Riding out with speed of that one, so good to see. Prahlad Shriram in the lead with the 4.83 and the 3.33. Pradeep Pujar now in second with a 4.23 and a 3.5. And we have it, our more experienced surfers getting up into the lead. That patience game working out for them. Yellow having a shot here, angled in the takeoff, going up into a float, but misses the finish. Sitting here in surf turf Covelong on the top floor. A great place to have holiday, especially if you're into surfing, because you just have to walk out. Here we have our surfer in white with his rail game. Probably won't have an opportunity on the inside unless he foils it, and he does. The Huntington pump all the way maybe to the beach. Let's see where he goes with that. All the way to the beach and puts a second turn down. Not sure if it'll improve the situation. He needs to improve on a backup of a 3.33. It's definitely not going to be as good as his 4.83. As the whistle sounds from the coaches on the beach, signaling an opportunity out back. Blue sliding in on the peak, driving through that first section. Mid-lining for now, and just catches as it hollows out, hitting that inside bank.
Last of whites is 3.97.
A 3.93, and he improves on that 3.33. Extending the lead. Requirement for red is 4.58, so it's quite a big requirement.
You're in the fourth position.
Requirements for yellow and blue steepening out. 5.4 for yellow, 5.56 for blue, as we have a situation update. Request from Pradeep Pujar. 3 minutes to go. We'll see now if our surfers in white, how our surfers in white and red protect. That was the carve from white. Beautiful drawn out carve, fully on rail, committing to the inside, going all the way in to the beach as this one built up, and he gave it a slash, improving his situation a little. Here we have a little rewind watch of this one. Yeah, a bit of a mid-face turn, which is why it only stayed in the 3.97s. That first turn was super nice. If that second turn was a bit more radical, he would have probably improved on the 4. I mean, at least gotten close to the 4.83. It was a bit of a smaller wave, so might not have gone all the way up to the 5 range. 2 minutes to go. Let's see how our surfers in white and red protect their positions in the semis, and we'll see how our surfers in yellow and blue handle these last few minutes, and as the underdogs, give it their all in terms of trying to earn a spot in the semis. Down to 1 minute and 30. Let's see what the priority situation is. Red followed by yellow, followed by blue, followed by white. So yellow and blue do have a shot under priority, and they use it. Blue down the line. This one not really standing up, getting past the bank, getting into the ditch. Red up and riding, looking to improve on a 3-5. 2 turns. Quality of the turn, now going left as well. I remember doing that quite a bit. I'm also a goofy foot, so I remember doing the exact same thing, going right, getting a couple of turns, then going left, trying to get another, really trying to mop up as much of the wave as possible, as much of the scoring potential as possible on every single wave. Will he improve the 3-5? I mean, it was a bit of a smaller wave. Let's have a look at it. Carve to start, it was a bit out on the face. Second one, a little bit more in the lip. It's going to be very close to his 3-5. White up and riding. Jam on a soft section. Now going into, ooh, and has a bubble and loses the board, so probably won't improve his situation. But probably used up his priority to protect his position in first and second from yellow and blue. And that is it. The final 5 seconds of the heat.
2, 1.
That gives us a white and red to the semis. Good shot from our surfers in yellow, Sanku Kartik, and blue, Harus Mohaidin. Really giving it a shot by starting the heat early as possible, building on their scores, going for maneuvers. So really good effort from our surfers in yellow and blue. They'll have more opportunities, more shots. And every heat is a learning opportunity. Here, already making it to the quarterfinals, a big accomplishment, as I think we're waiting on a couple of last scores. Probably the one from red, yes, to see if he improves on that 3-5 to take the lead. But regardless, he'll be going through to the next round.
Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now into the final heat of the day. Quarterfinal heat 3 for the juniors boys. Somseti in red, Raju Suresh Pujar in white, Akash Pujar in yellow, and Harish P in blue as he takes off behind the rocks. Let's see if this one stays up. He's riding on that rock shelf right now, but that one dies out right next to the rocks on that dead section I was talking about. And surfer in blue just going for a little handstand on the surfboard. 183 to start. He loves starting his heats early. And he'll also use that to probably reposition himself a little bit, maybe look for some opportunities under priority. Looks like a line's coming in out the back, and we'll see if any of our surfers have a go at it. It's a bit of a double up as you see that smaller one on the inside braking, really sucking out all the power from the one behind. Now another opportunity showing up out the back. Blue going down to that second position. Yellow having a go with the inside spot and getting a maneuver. He was reaching for that lip line, but wasn't able to project far enough to reach up into it. Blue was having a look on that one. Probably could have gone, since yellow wouldn't have made it past, but decided to stay safe, not get one of those interference calls. And Akash Pujar gets a 2.4. Akash Pujar, part of the Pujar family. We saw Pradeep Pujar in the previous heat going through in second position. In this heat, 2 more Pujars, Akash and Raju, against Som Seti, Local Boy, and Harish P from Mahabs. These boys are battling it out to make it to the semis. We have an extra day on our schedule, which means we can take it easy and make sure that our athletes get some good scoring potential. As you can see, conditions are very challenging throughout the midsection of the day. The high tide just wiping out any opportunity to score, but now we're having a bit more and we take that opportunity to run these quarters so that we can go into the semis nice and easy tomorrow. Blue up and riding on an open face, hitting the lip but going down over this outside rail. Red having a look on this one. Somset the up and riding, one of our better wave selectors. He liked that one, but there was a bit of wobble on it. And he's out of there. Showing a bit of frustration. Still plenty of time on the clock. Harish P building on his scores, a 1.27 now.
Red, your opening score is 0.8. $16 minutes to go.
Party now established. Raju will be in first party, waiting out back for one of those better opportunities. Luckily, last heat with a bit more opportunity than the previous. Let's see what happens on this one. Yellow, that one hits the dead inside ditch section. White having a go, driving, looks like a nice wall, carves that one out. Blue takes the opportunity, draws it out even more, nice loop. Now hitting that end section, just overcooking a bit, but a nice carve to start. He'll be building on his score. Akash Pujar only needs a 0.7 to take the lead, so we might see a bit of tick-tock there. Red now driving down the line, floats to start, airdrop, and now just not finding much of an opportunity after that one. Beautiful angle from the top here. So we're waiting for last of blue, yellow, and reds. As well as white, I believe he might have gone for something. He's wide open. The biggest requirement is a 1.67. Here we get some replays. That's red driving, hitting the lip, coming down and out of there. So not quite finding the opportunity he was looking for, but still managing to get some speed. Ideally, you only need to do one of those pumps to get the speed you need, which is achievable with some height. If you get up higher up into the wave, you just need one pump to set up your bottom turn and go up into the lip. Here's white up and riding, setting up the bottom turn. Nope, he's out of there. .433 for that car from blue. So high scoring right of the heat. Keeping the lead, that's how you build scores, right? You got the 183, got to back up a 127, and now he's building with the 433. Rajasuresh Pujar with his last two waves, he was waiting for a while, but he got a 307 on his first wave and then backed it up with a 09. Some a 2.5 on his pump to float, and Akash Pujar 2.4. So the requirements are super low. The tide is super close. The heat is super close and tight. White just needs 3.1. Red needs 1.48. Yellow needs 1.58. Anyone could take it, and there's also plenty of time on the clock. So we'll see what happens. But Surfer in blue Making good use of that second peak to get the 4-3-3 under priority from white. That's what I mean by making the most of every opportunity. You can even have two surfers using the same opportunity to generate a score if they do it respectfully. Here's our surfer in yellow taking off behind the peak and just unable to get up in front of this section. Blue was having a paddle at that one. I wonder if he got it. That second section, really a strategic asset. I remember using it in my 2018 finals against 3 other Sri Lankans. A little bit better conditions than this, but still quite scrappy. I would lead them into the rock section where there was a little bit more dead sections, and then as soon as a set would come, I would race over to that second section to get a good score. And that's what made me take out the finals in 2018 in the international event against all the guys who came down from some of the other countries, as well as the local guys that competed in their internationals as well. What a good time, the early days. We had some really cool community events, exchanging with surfers from Indonesia, from the Maldives, from Sri Lanka, as we will have next week as well with the QS 2000 on our shores, just 40 minutes down the coast in Mahabalipuram for the short tempo. QS 2000. Short Tempo Classic. It'll also have a Pro Junior, which gives more opportunities for our juniors, like the guys in this heat. Som Seti, Harish, the Pujars, all might be competing in an international QS event against other surfers from countries like Indonesia, Japan, Philippines, Maldives, Sri Lanka. Who knows who will come? It's going to be exciting. Stay tuned. In the surfing community for what's to come. We'll make an official announcement of that after this with an official video to announce the QS. I hope to get a chance to compete in that one as well. It's been a while since I've been in competition. Can't wait to get back in the water. It's great to coach and see all these guys improving, taking up information at the speed of lightning. It's great to commentate and watch all of these surfers as they make history on the national series here in India. What an exciting journey it has been to be part of the development of this sport in this beautiful country. Red up and riding now, drawing out a nice carve, looking at that oncoming section as that one hits the inside ditch and loses energy, but still he'll get something solid on that first carve. Blue got a 4-3-3 on a single carve as well, so the judges will be comparing it to that one. It'll be close between the two. In my opinion, a little more energy in the carve from Blue, and it comes at a 3-2-3, so he will get second. Now needs a 2-9-4. He knows he can get it if he wants the lead, but Blue also sitting in third priority, so just above Red. Here's the replay. Takes off at the peak under the lip and draws it out. Just not much speed, so the reason being that he took off quite low on the wave, and then also had a low line through the first portion of the wave. The low line is the one with the least energy. Here's our surfer in white getting into that second section. Also staying quite low, not really able to get that nose pointing up into the lip, so that score will have a lid on it. It won't go too high. 2-3-3 doesn't change the situation. He needed a 2-6-7 to take second spot. Red having another go here on the inside lane. Jams it, and Huntington pump, but that one goes out. There were a couple of good waves today on that rising tide. The rising tide really is the major window of opportunity when it comes to scoring potential, because that's when the water of the ocean is getting pulled in by the moon and the sun towards the shore, encouraging the swell to make its way to the shore. And that is our surfer in white, trying to improve on the 2-3-3. It's going to be very close to that. I don't think it's going to go above the 2-6-7. As we're approaching the 5-minute mark, our surfers in blue and red are going to start defending their positions.
White, you are in third, you need 2.67 to progress.
As we enter the last minute, and blue's up and riding. Okay, he decides to use priority on that. Might have been a bit of a mistake leaving a window of opportunity for a surfer in red, who is having a look at this one but decides to give it to yellow. That one did break on the second section, so that's what I'm talking about, is, you know, having too close of a focus on that first section. I mean, that thing is still peeling away out the back, so having too close of a focus on that first section might mean you let go some on the second. Now finding something that stands up here and going to the rail work. Our surfer in red Soam.
5 minutes to go.
He got a 3-2-3 on his previous carve. I would rate this one a little lower than his previous. He only needs a 2-9-4 to take the lead, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough or not. We'll see. Most of the scores that have come through in this heat are from single maneuvers. So as soon as we see one of the surfers going for 2 maneuvers, we might see the scoreline going a bit higher. Obviously, the quality still has to be there. In many events, a single maneuver can score more than quantity when they are really critical, difficult, and committed. All right, last of red coming in at a 3.8. The judges like that even better than his 3.23. So he goes into the lead. Blue now in second needs a 2-7 to take back the lead. Priorities with white and yellow. White and yellow having a shot now, window of opportunity. A bit of a mistake from our surfer in blue, using priority on a bit of a dud in the last couple of minutes. Now something rolling through for white and yellow. White just needs a 3.1. Blue getting this one somehow. Upvert, and he rides out. The first vertical turn of the heat so far. So we'll see where the judges rate that one. Yellow just getting caught behind that section. The wave being like, you're not entering into this one. So a little bit sad of an opportunity miss for our surfer in yellow. It's all about wave reading, right? You really have to read and make sure you get the right spot. All right, last of blue, a 3-4-3. So they really liked that vertical approach. And even though he wasn't carrying much speed, the fact that he managed to point the board up into the lip, really letting that score go up. Now our surfer in white getting past that first wobbly section, which pushed surfer in yellow off the previous one, but not able to complete the maneuver. Priority is now back in the hands of red and in red. Yellow does have an opportunity in second priority. Needs a 4.63 though. That is the highest score of the heat. but anything is possible, even down to the last second. As long as your hands leave the rail before the buzzer, the wave will count. White up and riding, looking for this one to stand up, cuts back and just sinks as there's no more energy in the wave. Scrappy, scrappy, scrappy. That is the conditions today, but a very good learning experience for a lot of our athletes to be aware of the conditions, change up strategies, be able to generate scores, up surf waves, you know, make a 4 out of a wave that had, you know, a 3 in it. And that's what competitive surfing is all about, is being able to use what you're given and create what you need to pass through these rounds and burst through the ranks as you progress towards the finals. Right now, experienced surfers Harish and Som in the leads. We'll see if in the last minute our surfers in white and yellow have an opportunity to get through those ranks. 396 is the requirement for Raju in white. The pressure is building. Is there gonna be anything on offer? Priority is sitting with red, however, and red is the surfer in second position. So he's in a strong spot to defend it, and looks like he is definitely using priority on that. And it looks like our surfer in white managed to sell him on that one. Ooh, and he didn't go on that. A little bit of confusion between white and red. And that is it. There is an opportunity on the horizon, but it'll be too late for surfers in white and yellow. Congratulations to blue and red for making it through to the semis, as we see our surfer in blue bringing that one in to finish up the day, as we see one of those trawlers out in the ocean. These are the big fisherman boats, which can be extremely destructive in terms of ocean, as they drag huge nets down at the bottom of the ocean, taking everything with them: corals, reefs, all sorts of fish that might, all sorts of reef fish that, you know, might not even get eaten and so forth. Thank you for checking in to the Covelong Classic here in near Chennai. This was the Covelong Classic 2026 edition, organized by the SFI and TNSA, sponsored by SAI, Surf Turf, Arnvaster Foundation, and all these guys who are bringing us these quality events, and hopefully more quality events in Asia. Tomorrow we will be going into the men's round twos and some semis and so on. So stay tuned for day 3 of competition. Thank you for joining us here in Covelong.